right. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate every one of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for your time. Yes, we're about to start this, but I would like us to start with Edo State. What is currently going on in Edo State is disheartening, it's heartbreaking, it's pathetic. Trust me. Um, I feel for the young guy they shot dead. Unfortunately, we cannot show the video here. Or if you belong to our WhatsApp group, Nigerians WhatsApp group, is already there. The key innocent person today for chest, the shooter. In the struggle of a better Nigeria, somebody have already died. It's gone. When I watched the video when he was struggling for life, no ambulance, we don't have anything called emergency service in Nigeria. Guess what they use to carry him? Wheelbarrow. Now they put somebody where they shoot for chest. Then they push the wheelbarrow, they run, they go. He later died. Yes, wheelbarrow. You that is saying that you want APC back. You that is saying you want PDP. Do you have a heart? Okay, let me ask you a question. If you belong to that satanic categories, if this young guy with a kiss, now your brother, now your husband, or any kind of connection to you, how you go feel? Will you be jubilating, celebrating, say, no matter, now APC I still want? Would you say that? I will help you to answer it. The answer is no, you won't. But because you guys have chosen to have a stone heart, and the unfortunate part of it is that the situation, the chaos, the calamities, everything that is going on in Nigeria right now is not currently affecting you directly, then you have the guts or you have the mind to say, now APC now you want. You are choosing a candidate based on emotions. Somebody was killed this afternoon, in case you know here and where. It's gone. That boy where they shoot this afternoon for Edo State, why Governor Obaseki they sleep? Your Edo State governor is sleeping. That boy, you know, he get dream. The boy with the kiss, he get dream. But the dream is over. All his dreams have been truncated. All of the cut short. It's gone. And I promise you, there will not be any kind of justice. Not even one. And you are still saying you want these people? Let me ask you a question again. You that is supporting satanic PDP and APC. Since you were born, have you seen anything called emergency service in Nigeria? Or rather, let me use the word right. Have you seen emergency service prioritized in Nigeria? Have you? In the UK, where I'm talking from, the emergency service here is prioritized. If you get accident for UK, 8 minutes, now ambulance gets to reach there. If the ambulance no say no go fit reach there for 8 minutes, helicopter will be on the way. You know what that means? 8 minutes. There's nothing like traffic or anything. The ambulance already seen for navigation. Navigator say he go there within the 8 minutes. If not, they go pull a helicopter to save the person. Now, you where they support APC and PDP, since they born you don't see any kind of emergency service like that for the history of Nigeria. Wheelbarrow. Now they take carry person where they shoot today. Wheelbarrow. Then you are telling me you want APC back. You want PDP. How come we forgot things so soon? PDP and APC, they are the same people. We can't continue like this, my people. To be honest, we cannot continue like this. We can't continue. Somebody just died, for Christ's sake. As I'm speaking, the Edo State governor is sleeping. Governor Godwin Enogagase Obaseki is sleeping. According to the video flying, we don't see Obaseki for the scene. As I they speak, Obaseki never talk for channels, he never talk for TVC, he never talk for Arise or NTA or AIT, even the EBS, ITV where we get for Benin. Listen, guys. There's no need to put emotions to this. I've told you guys before. There's no need. Say it how it is. Even though not me, they do what is wrong. Say it how it is. That is the only way we can have a better Nigeria. If we continue like this, we can never have a better Nigeria. If we continue to be practicing sentimentalism, we can't go nowhere. Somebody just died. Somebody just died. Some of you, for your mind, I bet more move on because it not be your brother, not be your husband. So it not concern you. You are not interested. It's none of your business. Only God knows how many they go still key before the election, or rather on the election day. Okay, look what is happening now with CBN. Since when CBN brought out their policies, Tinubu and the cohort not let Emefiele get peace. They carry their go Supreme Court. By fire, by force. The 100 billion I have inside my house cannot waste. You must restore the old Naira note. Now, see, Supreme Court is already blabbing. Every priorities is for these people, not for the people. The priorities in Nigeria is for the people on top. Nepotism, not for you and I. Listen, guys. I know we have new followers every day. Some of you don't even know me, but many of you do. I was born inside politics. My own biological father that I love so much till tomorrow is a PDP chieftain. He's one of the people that make decision for anything to happen in Edo State till tomorrow. My father, yes, my biological father, till tomorrow. So does that surprise you to see that I call PDP and APC every blessed day? They are satanic. They are the one. PDP and APC are the people that cause you and I the pains we are facing today. Okay, will you not start judging me automatically? Oh, Papa na PDP now. Because I don't have rights to my life, right? Listen, guys, you are joking with your life. Especially those of you on the fence and those of you that have decided to be supporting APC and PDP. You are joking with your life. Look at Governor Obaseki that all Edo people, both home and away, all of them fought for. We expected Obaseki to be on the side of the people, but he chose to support his satanic PDP members against the people. I told you guys that in these parties, especially these two parties, there is something, I don't know how to describe it, maybe courtism within these two parties. Immediately you enter that party, you will swear an oath. So say no matter how bad it is, you must continue to pledge your loyalty to the satanic PDP or satanic APC. Desmond Wandeke, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for your continued support. Thank you. We can't continue like this, my people. We cannot. If I choose to be satanic, I'm not sure I will support Mr. Peter Obi. Every PDP people or APC people, since April till now, they don't have privilege on this platform because I dedicated the platform for Mr. Peter Obi. Even though I was born inside PDP. Right from time when I was growing up, I get to know, I was telling my dad, Daddy, no, this party, no, it's not right. I grew up in United Kingdom. It's not what I'm saying in the United Kingdom. It's not what I'm saying whenever I'm in Nigeria. No, that is, no. This party, as I they grow, I can't begin to know, say, this party is satanic. They are heartless. They are the father and the grandfather of devil, APC and PDP. I don't have anything to hide. Never. We can't continue like this. We must make a decision, and that decision must be now. It must be now. Let's see what is currently happening in Edo State. We have to re-edit this video because of YouTube guidelines.
Happening life in Benin. This is happening life in Benin. We don't need PDP or APC anymore. We don't need them. This is happening life in Benin. We don't need PDP, we don't need APC, we don't need any of them anymore. We want a new leader.
This your phone, like your eye.
No! Hey! I don't tell someone what they said, but I just left the ground. Jesus!
First bank at Papa opposite Agbadu is actually damaged, totally damaged. Vehicles have been
The situation in Edo State, everywhere we block. Look at Central Park, look at Prof. Everywhere we shut down. The city have been shut down.
At the end that they push the boat to go back.
No money, no cash, nothing. The youth are hungry. Everybody's hungry. Everybody's hungry. Both the taxi drivers, both the bus driver, everybody is hungry. No money, no new money, no old money. Look at everywhere. People are suffering. We have our money, but we can't get it. Look at everywhere. Government refused to bring the money out. They refused to bring the money out.
Cent Bank. This is Central Bank. Everywhere is locked. Yes. Yes, it's a Central Bank. Everywhere is locked. Central Bank of Nigeria. Everywhere is blocked. Yes. See the protest for Ring Road. Yes, Central Park. Central Park. Central Park.
You be almost a block. Don't go to almost block there. Don't go to almost block there.
CBN, angry masses. They are angry because of their whole money. CBN don't want to collect their money. Right now, they have blocked the road in Central Bank of Nigeria. They are not saying that CBN should collect their money. Refusing to collect their money, they block the road. Nobody is coming and nobody is going out. As you can see, the masses are angry right now. They are angry. Central Bank, they don't want to collect their money. Old money with them, they refuse collecting it. Masses are angry. Boys are angry. Nobody is going in. Nobody is entering Central Bank right now, as we are saying. Please share as you receive the post.
Jesus, why did I go to work today? Oh, why did I come to work today?
Upper boys.
Upper boys, they don't come. They just carry bus now. They just drop them. Everybody just run.
Are they outside since now? I don't know why I comment away. You think also said.
Just say, why should I call you since when you could carry me go house? They don't they but Jesus! Jesus! You don't set. Jesus! What am I doing now? God, no!
They don't want. They never run. They never run. They want.
Just how am I going to go home?
They go now. Just come down. Relax. Come down.
I'm gonna make a pass. Just calm down. What's it? That's fine.
Why the call?
You know, where you from? Make I go come to
Jesus! My dear, you just left now. The castle come bust. Upper boys don't come. Oh. Jesus, they were almost entering UBL. These people started shooting. Jesus, hey, Jesus, be me on the only. They are burning something over there. Jesus. My head is aching me like this, eh?
Video. Yeah, show people. My husband. Are you videoing it? I video and send it.
And these boys are trying to still come back. Jesus! They will shoot somebody here. You know, see that policeman that was bending there to shoot? They break somebody's leg.
You see that guy with the carry for the air? See him. Who be that? What's that they carry? That woman be now. No see him.
They don't kill somebody. They don't kill somebody.
Wait down.
See somebody, you don't see her for ground.
Jesus Christ.
Where did I come to work today?
Oh my God.
That guy with that place now. Don't go.
That guy don't die. And the boy is still on the floor. No, they should do something. They should do something.
This precious Palm Royal. Wahala, everywhere block. Ugba don't block. Ugba don't block. Oh, money not there. Everybody the best. Everywhere block. No going, no coming. Everywhere shut down. Shut down.
Reporting live from Upper Siloko Road. Right now, people don't first come out. They say enough is enough. Why they go get money, they not go fit see their money they use. They go this place, this one go say na old money, the other one go say na new money. Say they don't tire. Right now, people don't diverse from Texas Make Junction, the people don't come and block the road. Say may they just live now to die, may they just die today because today they not go clear again. So as you can see, everybody don't come out, people don't come out, they don't diverse. Even Eco Bank don't collect O2 because they're not going to give people money. So as the report they come, we go to operate the house. So right now we are walking towards Eco Bank direction because people don't tire. They go get their money, they not fit spend them. So they go say na old money, they not they take old money. So they don't know the one way they want it today again. So all of them don't verse. Say today must be today. They not go green. So as you can see, this one is Eco Bank when they Upper Siloko Road. People don't verse. They don't break the glass, destroy their cars. They don't enter inside now. So they don't verse, they destroy things for here. So this is happening live at Upper Siloko Road, Eco Bank, Ogida Quarter right now.
All right, that is all we have for you for now. My team, they are still on ground, but I advise them to be very, very careful because nobody want to lose anybody at this particular time. You know, the most scary videos about this whole thing that is happening, we could not bring them here, but it's right there on our WhatsApp group. You can join us there. If you are there, I guess you have seen it. But if you are not there, you can send a message to our WhatsApp number to add you. They will add you to the group. Thank you very much, my people. I'd like us to expatiate on this by going to our rise. Let's listen to the analysis this morning before we go to the decision of the Supreme Court. Thank you. Please continue to share and like, because many people need to know what we all are facing through right now.
That neither the federal government nor the central bank has. The presidency yesterday disclosed that neither the federal government nor the central bank has taken a preemptive position on the legality of the old 200, 500 naira, 1,000 naira notes in view of the case pending before the Supreme Court, which comes up for hearing today. In a statement by spokesperson Malam Garba showed, the presidency said the federal government's position on the currency swap will be made public after the termination of the suit. The statement said, following a series of inquiries, we wish to state that it is not true that the federal government or the CBN has taken a preemptive action on the legality of the currency as a legal tender in view of the pending case before the Supreme Court. However, the Central Bank Governor Gordon Emefiele says calls for the extension of the deadline for the circulation of Old Naira notes are unnecessary. Emefiele met with diplomatic community in Abuja on banks' monetary and currency design policy. He says the problem of the Naira scarcity is gradually easing off. He acknowledged the suffering of Nigerians and said the effective implementation of policy could scrap 4% off the inflation numbers. POS agents who charge above 200 Naira as commission for the cash swap will be arrested and jailed.
There is tremendous tension and elevated agitation by our leaders who should be calming frayed nerves by the citizens. We believe that a large proportion of these agitations are staged, they are sponsored propaganda, or an exaggeration of the reality. No doubt, there are pockets of pressures in some areas. The CBN is working hard to shift pressure, to shift resources to those areas in order to ease the tension. The situation is substantially calming down since the commencement of the over-the-counter payments to complement ATM disbursements and the use of super agents. There is therefore no need to consider any shift from the deadline of February the 10th. POS agents that we thought should help us also deepen financial inclusion, are getting involved in this kind of unfortunate, unscrupulous activities. And we have told the EFCC, the ICPC, working with our CBN monitoring team, to arrest any POS agent that charges any fee, because we had made it clear that whatever is their fee, which is not meant to be more than 200 naira for any amount you exchange, that we, Central Bank, we will pay as part of the cost to lessen the burden of this problem. And let me make it clear, and I'm sure the press is listening to me, we started to arrest them. We will prosecute them, and they will go to jail for getting involved in illegal activity and making our work difficult.
But whatever it is, you cannot overrule the Supreme Court of Nigeria. So I see the statement by Garuba Shehu. I have not checked which one comes in terms of the order. I see it as an attempt to do damage control because the CBN cannot overrule the Supreme Court. However, the matter will be heard today, and whatever the Supreme Court decides, the Supreme Court can extend this order, it can take the matter, and what everybody will remember is that the Federal Government Act said that it will respect the order of court, and that is what is important in this matter. There are CSOs, civil society organizations, 472 of them, who came out yesterday and protested against politicians. I still repeat, those problematic politicians causing the problem should be identified. They are not from Mars. They are here, and they are going to be part of this election.
I said yesterday, a nation that values privilege over virtue and purpose will soon lose both. Nigeria has become that nation, classical case. It is always about the privilege of the big man, and that's why they can connive with banks, get money for their own interest, political interest. I also say all of this is happening because politicians are mopping up cash, and the system has been so corrupt that people can get their way. We hear all sorts of methods, as much as some politicians transferring 140 million naira to be able to get 100 million cash. New notes. Now that the POS operators are having a field day, they too are not talking any longer. But I'm happy the CBN governor said it's illegal. There's a court order on ground. Let us respect it. It is our Supreme Court. Because if we violate our Supreme Court order, then we are opening the floodgates of anarchy in our country. But we all remember how this started. And that's why our politicians should truly put their word or their money where their mouth is and show they care for the people and stop all these shenanigans they are doing against the people. A Naira policy was announced last year. A couple of months after the Naira policy was announced, at first they said the CBN governor was charged for terrorism, should be charged for terrorism. Secondly, we know how that went. We know how they tried to arrest him. We know what went on. These same governors exhausted everything possible. They went to meet the president. They got the first extension. When they see the first extension was about to wrap, what did they do? They went to the courts. They reneged against and this was after they went to meet the president, but the president said, give me 7 days. So they disrespected the man because they wanted to get their way. So they got their way with the courts. Now they've had many join the suits. We'll see what the Supreme Court will rule. We need to respect the rule of law. But the politicians should remember that they are no gods. And Dr. Datti, the answer to your question, in this country where we have amplified politicians so much that they trump the order of things, if any key politician is named, wouldn't his surrogate say it's a political witch hunt? We all see the case of some that are even going to address certain security agencies. How some people have spun that story based on what they said. A nation that values privilege over purpose and virtue will soon lose both. Nigeria is losing it, and we must stand tall for this nation.
All right. Thank you very much, my people. I'd like us to quickly take on this. As you can see right there, breaking old Naira note remain legal, tender Supreme Court. Meanwhile, is not yet another paper here saying, let me take everything off screen. I need to quickly take on this article here before we move on to the other one. All eyes on Supreme Court as suit against banning old Naira note resumes today. Okay, so the situation right now is that what is currently going on now, according to what we are hearing, some of them said that the decision has been made, while some are saying that no, the decision is still not yet decided. This whole thing has been adjourned. I would like us to quickly read from here what I have here. All eyes would be focused on the apex court has hearing in the suit challenging the power of the federal government and the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN) to stop the use of the old naira 200, 500, 1000 naira begins today at the Supreme Court in Abuja. This was just as Ogun State government has filed an application at the Supreme Court seeking to join Kaduna, Kogi, and Zamfara state in the suit. Ogun joining the suit confirmed this day recent report that as part of effort to deliberately stall the Supreme Court ruling, governors of the some of the All Progressive Congress APC states have chosen to continue to file for joinder in the matter. Remember, now only APC people they fight this thing. So PDP not the fight them, Labour Party not the fight them, now only APC people. The suit, which was originally filed by the three northern states, has since been joined by Ondo, Kano, Ekiti, and now Ogun State. Rivers are also indicating its preparation to do the same. Listen, guys, the problem we have here now is that when I know say Bola Ahmed Tinubu get money where. I don't know how to make money, but get money where. According to the report reaching us allegedly that this man have over 100 billion naira in cash at home. So if the policy of the CBN stands, that means 100 billion naira all will be useless. And one of these governors tried to work with one of the banks by paying them 150 million naira in return of 100 million naira new notes. So that means there will be, it's like gifting you 50 million for you to give us 100 million naira new note. I will dash you 50 million naira. So it means that I also remember Buba Galadima yesterday, we played the video here, who said that he knows a governor as well from the north who have 22 billion naira at home as cash. So if we have to join all this cash head, you know, within the APC people, so where they get for house is almost 1 trillion. So this is why these people are fighting seriously. Say lie, they not go ever green. Green make the ban old naira note. This is sad. The people are suffering. Not be say the decision where Emefiele be take, not be say not good though. Because the reason why Emefiele and Buhari is doing this is to frustrate the politicians who get naira for house. Now make that they do it before. But now, because say Nigeria and the leaders, they don't get sense. So they don't do away. Now it's not affecting the citizens. It's supposed to be affecting. The target supposed to be the politicians, the main people. But it's affecting everybody now. Now I make can say the system. Nigeria, we don't have a system. When you don't have a system, anything cannot work. That is what we are facing right now. So as we talk, so I go on that article, I'll stop on there. There's still contemplation going on. Decision have not yet been taken, you know, but there's, according to the report, they don't adjourn. Say, okay, may they wait, you know, may they see as everything will be. But that's all they go adjourn. But during the time of adjournment now, adjourning this whole situation now, Old Naira note is active. So that means allegedly all these people will get money for house, they'll feel they use their money, buy the vote, who will say, make we originally prevent.
It's not active. The deadline has been gone, so it's no longer active.
So, but the Supreme Court have not made a decision, right?
Supreme Court have no jurisdiction over that policy, constitutional policy of CBN. It's right in the constitution now.
No, they do.
They don't have it. Read the constitution.
No, Supreme Court, anything in Nigeria is under Supreme Court. Anything. You know, even though
Mr. Najawash, bring the constitution and read it. You will see it there now.
Mr. Elvis, CBN is an independent body that regulates.
Yes, when it concerns other courts,
the Supreme Court have the highest say when it comes to the aspect of the law. That is, the CBN does not supersede the Supreme Court. That is, whatever the Supreme Court has, whatever decision the Supreme Court must have reached, the CBN have the right to obey the Supreme Court, because without the Supreme Court, the constitution of the CBN will not function.
That's what I'm saying. That's why it's called Supreme.
Najawash.
You read the constitution that bind the CBN and the Supreme Court. You read it out. Let us see. Then you will know what we are saying.
Okay. All right. Madam Rita, go ahead. Let me do research on this quickly.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys saw the suit that was filed. It wasn't the governors filed the suit against all the financial institution of Nigeria, like all the banks, not CBN. See, they were very clever. They took out CBN and took all the financial institutions to court.
You see now, you see what I'm saying.
There. If we, because I saw it on, I think it was Channels or Arise TV. The papers were lined that maybe we need to find it at Nigeria Watch. That's very look at the paper. The suit. It wasn't against CBN, but against the banks. Does that make sense?
Yes, Rita, you are right. I saw it too. You are right. That's what I'm telling them now.
That's very brilliant, because at the end of the day, it is the CBN that regulates the monetary policy of the other banks. So at the end of the day, to still compare, because the Supreme Court does not have
CBN. The CBN is not part of the suit. The CBN is not part of the suit.
Are you people telling me that regardless of any decision coming from the Supreme Court, a CBN can still object it?
The CBN is not binding. It's not binding on the CBN because they are not part of the suit.
It's very dicey. It's very dicey. And this recalcitrant so-called G10 governors, I think that they're just trying to create confusion here. And for them to even do that, obviously they must have spoken to their lawyers. They must have read the Constitution, and that is why they could not take the CBN to the Supreme Court, but they took the banks. Now it is
God bless you. God bless you, CBN. Sarita.
It is the CBN now that have control over the commercial banks. You understand? So it's like you're not meeting the Oga. You're not meeting the big boss, the Don. You are meeting his subordinate. So where are we here? This country is just confused.
That is why I say if the CBN was part of the suit, the Supreme Court have no jurisdiction. They can only say go back and settle it because the Supreme Court.
My brother,
let me explain to you. I've gotten hold of the constitutional lawyer. He told me. That's what I'm telling you.
My brother, listen. Let me tell you what. Let me tell you what they are doing, Sister Rita. Let me tell you guys what they are doing. What they are trying to do is to stall the process such that this case can drag on while they use that money for the election. That's what they're trying to do. They are not even going to win.
They are not going to win.
They're not going to win the case. They're just trying to stall the process so that the money, the Supreme Court can continue to take the case under advisement. Meanwhile,
that is it.
Money continue to be
Mr. Najawash, can I say something here, please?
No, I need to
just a minute because
30 seconds, please. I need to read this out.
See,
quiet.
The Supreme Court have the power to make new law. You are talking about it's not in the Constitution, whatever. The Supreme Court have the power to make new law.
Before you make new law, to go through Congress. No,
the Supreme Court does not make law. The Supreme Court does not make law. They interpret the Constitution.
Exactly.
What are you saying?
Okay. Hold on.
I will say you are digressing.
Hold on, please. You are not a lawyer. You are not a lawyer. Many lawyers
I'm not a lawyer, but I'm seek for redress on this issue. Go and seek for it yourself.
Hold on, everybody, please. At this particular moment, the senior advocate of Nigeria a couple of days ago was on channels. I would like to quickly read, because as you can see there, why CBN must, you see that one, why CBN must obey ex parte order of
from the Supreme Court.
Falana. So let me quickly go through on this one. Let's go through together quickly. Okay, the interim chairman of the Alliance on surviving. Okay, that's not. Let me start from here. In his statement on Thursday, Mr. Falana said he's speaking up became imperative because there are reports suggesting that the CBN has decided that it will not follow the injunctions of the apex courts. According to the senior advocate, such a move by the CBN will be nothing but a contemptuous disregard for the rule of law. Now, hear that one. Falana took a look at the technicalities of the cases, establishing the reason why the management of the central bank might be looking to ignore the court order. The legal luminary, however, gave his counter reasons why the CBN cannot disregard the Supreme Court, citing cases that give greater context to the matter on ground. Okay, below is a full statement by the Mr. Falana. Okay, let's continue from here. We have just read a report that the authorities of the Central Bank of Nigeria have decided not to comply with the ex parte order issued by the Supreme Court of Nigeria in respect of the avoidable currency swap crisis. The reason adduced for the contemptuous disregard for the rule of law is that the Central Bank of Nigeria is not a party to the case of Attorney General of Kaduna State and to us versus Attorney General of the Federation suit, blah, 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 blah. It is pertinent to remind the management of the Central Bank of Nigeria the case of Unkwa Augustine versus blah, blah, blah. I think this will be. But for me, according to what Mr. Falana is saying here, because if we have to go through all this is a lot, according to what, except you guys want me to go bring the video is available with one finger, so that instead of reading, we can play it, but that might take us a lot of time. But what he's saying here is that the CBN cannot disregard the final decision of the Supreme Court.
Mr. Rajawash, Falana is not a constitutional lawyer. Falana is not a constitutional lawyer. Professor Nsakome is a constitutional lawyer. He said on a technical ground, if you want to go on a technical ground, the Supreme Court will not have its way because CBN is not part of the suit. How can you expect the CBN to obey something that they are not part of the suit? That is the confusion.
Who is CBN?
Who is CBN? Who is CBN?
CBN is a creation of the Constitution. It's not under the Supreme Court.
Who is Supreme Court?
Who is Supreme Court?
Exactly.
Supreme Court will quote the Constitution for you and interpret it for us. Then they interpret the Constitution to us.
My brother, we are not in a banana republic. It does not happen anywhere.
Listen.
There's nowhere on earth that
can hear you.
Listen. If I take
if I just adding go technical ground, you see it there.
What are you talking?
Listen. You come to Nigeria Watch, right? You come to Nigeria Watch, okay?
We arguing.
And I sue you, Tiobala, now for something that you have done here on Nigeria Watch. And on my lawsuit, I did not mention Mr. Elvis as part of that suit. If there's any order coming out of that suit, Mr. Nigeria Watch is not obliged to obey that order. The order is for
God bless you. God bless you.
So I don't know what saying about the law.
Mr. Elvis, I'm not a lawyer. I will advise you if you can just play a minute of what a lawyer said in Arise TV today. Then we can still get a say what a bad law.
See. I know
lawyer.
Don't follow any lawyer. They are playing politics with this thing. They are playing politics.
We know. See.
They are playing politics. You go and read the Constitution. You go and read the Constitution. I know what Constitution says.
Constitution.
And go and read it.
It's
The
not
reason
about
why we are
reading
having
the
this
Constitution.
argument is
It's about reading the Constitution. You don't know Nigerian Constitution, you are speaking on it.
I'm not
Do you
claiming
know the
that.
Constitution?
We have a Supreme Court. Who is this? Who is supreme to everything in the land?
Okay. You have a Supreme Court. A Supreme Court says somebody that did not participate in an election won the election. What are you saying? What are you saying, my friend?
You're just debating.
I'm not debating. I'm telling you, the Supreme Court itself has heard. So Parliament is trying to play politics. He did not say that CBN is part of the suit. Why did he say CBN is part of the suit?
That we cannot have a
it's not complicated. It's because you are ignorant of what is going on. That's why I say it's complicated.
You might use different language. That is not the right word to use.
Don't own the supremacy of the Supreme Court now. Don't own the supremacy of the Supreme Court now. Hold the right of CBN and the right of the banks. CBN is not part of the suit. Why should they obey the Supreme Court? Tell me why. Who is the Constitution? What is the creation? Who is the creation of the Supreme Court? Is it not the Constitution? What are we saying? What are you saying? What are you telling me?
No problem. Now.
The creation of the Supreme Court is the Constitution.
There is a reason why the CBN Act is separate. You understand, so that they can be an independent body. And there's a reason why those who filed that suit did not include CBN.
Did not include the Supreme Court. Did not include CBN. What are you telling me? Technically, they are wrong.
Can we bring Falana in now?
You have to.
Yes, let's listen to this video for the next couple of minutes to get this right. Because according to my own view, Supreme Court is the final answer. But everybody is entitled to their view, But somebody stated earlier on saying that no, Falana, he cannot. It's only my cousin. No, Falana is a senior advocate. Even though he's not what?
He's not a constitutional lawyer. We have supremacy in this thing.
He says not a constitutional
lawyer.
No,
it doesn't matter.
Yes, I stand my ground. And he's a politician. He's a politician. He knows what he's doing.
We should get our
he's
facts
not
right.
a lawyer. Before you become a
senior
advocate,
he's a son.
He's a son. Yes. Before you become a senior advocate, my brother,
a son.
Mr. Elvis,
don't use fan to suppress us. Don't use that. Don't use fan.
Mr. Elvis, a consultant, a cardiologist is a consultant, a pulmonologist is a consultant, but they got different specialties. A son is
God bless you. God bless you.
Okay, Mr. Elvis.
Yeah, Mr. Schultz, talk to us.
Yeah, you see, all these things we're saying here, I don't think anybody, even something that is not a creation of the court, like CBN, once the Supreme Court deems it fit that it affects Nigerians, it has a right. Forget about technicalities, whether they are named or not. It is high time Nigeria stop listening to these technicalities. It is wrong. Once the court, the Supreme Court says stop, you need to stop. It doesn't matter who. That is my submission for this. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, sir. Let's quickly listen to a bit from the interview with Falana a couple of days ago, just 2 days ago here. Let's take it from here. Let me get the video. 1 minute, my people. I'm trying to quickly, because I have a couple of videos here. Okay, I got it. I'm going to forward though.
Anarchy. No lawyer can sit down in his office or in the comfort of his room and say the Supreme Court has no jurisdiction. Once the court has assumed jurisdiction, rightly or wrongly, and has proceeded to grant an order, no lawyer can say that the order should not be complied with because the central bank was not joined or because
Nayeram, once the Supreme Court do pronounce, no lawyer can oppose it.
That is a legal
solution. That's a legal opinion. That's a legal opinion. Let me tell you what happened in the US. Let me tell you what happened in the US.
No.
There was a case.
Is not what we are talking about.
Central bank worldwide, they have the same law.
Hold on
they have
now.
the same law.
Talk about Nigeria. We are not really interested. What happened?
Mr. Nigeria Watch. Mr. Nigeria, let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you one thing.
Yes, what's that? Go ahead.
Let me tell you. When it comes to lawyer always have a way of arguing that all of us, we are not learned, that they are learned. We all read the Constitution. According to the Constitution, the Supreme Court has the power to interpret the Constitution to us. And when a dispute is between two body of government, they now do what they will tell them to go back and redress it.
Okay, let's listen. The video is already here. Let's listen.
The Supreme Court has no authority on monetary policy. Who says that, by the way?
Okay.
Isn't that what? Is the Supreme Court discussing monetary policy? No. Some state governments have approached the Supreme Court to the effect that by virtue of Section 19 of the Central Bank Act, the board of the bank shall submit a proposal to the president for issuance of new notes. So the bank cannot do it alone. So if the president approved the issuance of new notes, and the president himself has come out to say, the governor came to me, governor of the Central Bank, with a proposal to change the color of the Naira, what you call redesign. And I approved it because we want to stop demonetization of politics. That's what the president said. Forget what the central bank is now saying. The president said, we do not want money bags to make a mockery of the democratic process. Good enough. Furthermore, it was the president that extended the deadline of January 31st. He told the governor, give me 7 more days. Furthermore, the president summoned a meeting the APC governors met with the president where he said, I need 7 days. Now it's 10 days. He also summoned a meeting of the chair of the Nigerian Governors Forum, the chair of APC Governors Forum.
Progressive government. I argue that, well, we're still waiting for the outcome of what the president will say.
Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Mr. Abubakar Malami. We just substitute ourselves for the people. So because you are in Abuja, secrecy. You just leave people guessing. And allegations and counter-allegations have been made. Banks are under threat. Some have had to close down because of the safety of their staff. The plaintiffs will have to take appropriate steps under the law because Nigerians fail to realize that we're in trouble when this regime did make.
All right, we can't continue with this video because it might be a time wasting. Meanwhile, let's leave the argument the way it is. You know, we are not agreeing with some of ourselves here. That's fine. It's a normal thing. But while we are contributing to this, I want to go into more research on the Constitution of 1999 amended. You know, I'll soon bring that on screen. Let me go through it myself here so that we can get the bottom of this. Is that okay?
Mr. Evis, I also want you to look at the interpretation of one lawyer at in Arise TVs today.
Okay. Somebody wanted to say something. Who is that? While I do my research.
Yes. Mr. Evie, I wanted to say something. Go ahead. Mr. Falano there, when he was speaking, he didn't say the CBN was wrong or the CBN undergo a wrong process. If there was a defect in the process of creating a new a policy to change the Naira note, and the Supreme Court will tell the CBN to take to halt. Now, the CBN said, I'm not part of the suit because I went through the normal process. Why should the Supreme Court now tell him under what ground, technicality of what, to stop the Naira note, new Naira note? Why? That's the question they are posing to the Supreme Court, which they cannot answer.
Okay, I want to ask something. Who ordered the distribution of Naira to the bank?
The CBN ordered distribution of the Naira to the bank. Do you know what happened? They now went and mopped up the money in the bank by giving them extra money. If they bring 100 million Naira, they now mop it up. That's the problem we are having now, not the CBN.
So if the Supreme Court now said that, look, this old Naira is legal tender, that we should continue to tender this old Naira. So you are telling me now that the bank, the CBN now, we say no, we are not going to allow, we are not going to accept this money.
You see where you got it wrong? You see where you got it wrong? The Supreme Court cannot say this Naira tender is illegal. It is the CBN that says that before Supreme Court will now concur with them if they are illegal or not. It is not the right of the Supreme Court to say a Naira note is illegal. Get your constitution very well.
So what we are saying now,
I understand what
we
you
are
are going.
saying now,
But what I want to say is this, that the Supreme Court gave the order so for the CBN to carry that, to validate that old Naira tender.
My brother,
issue of the Supreme Court.
Supreme Court has no power to say a Naira note is valid or not valid. That is not their jurisdiction. It's the CBN jurisdiction. My brother, go and read your constitution very well.
Please, let's move on.
Go and read your constitution. Don't tell me I'm not a lawyer.
Hold on.
Mr. Najawat, can I just make a comment, please?
Okay, yeah.
Just a comment. Everybody in Nigeria understand what they call constitutional amendment. Everything constitutional in the country, especially finance and security, all of them will go to what they call constitutional court. Where I am, they call it constitutional court if the matter is very critical. So if constitutional court, which we call Supreme Court, what you mean by Supreme Court is the boss. They govern the land. They give constitution. They give you, if you have a problem, you bring it to them. They will now interpret it to you and tell you what to do. So every structure in Nigeria, finance and security, is under constitutional. And whatever the constitutional said, they must follow. So anybody who come here and tell you that there is nothing like that, these are structures they are using to siphon money. How can a financial institution be independent in a country that people are suffering?
Yeah.
And they're giving you order. And they're giving you order to do something that benefits the people. And you're telling, what kind of excuse? That's what Felony is telling you. What kind of madness?
We are not in a banana
What kind of madness?
I wonder.
People are dying. People are dying. And constitutional court have come and said, come on, try to do something and release money. Let people go through. And you are saying that it doesn't concern you. Who give you that
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? I want to ask you a question. The last time they changed, the last time they went on a monetary process to change the note, did you have such problem? Did you have such problem? Did you know what pari passu? Did you know what pari passu?
Because it's constitutional. Because it's constitutional. That's
okay,
why
now,
everything process went through. But now, for you to release money, listen. Yeah, this is where the constitutional now intervene and trying to figure out what is happening. Nigerians are mad. You're telling people that who give you constitution. Constitution is governed by the guide of the land and the security, finance, every part of the arm of government. And the constitutional court is the main process of the arm of government. And they are giving you order, and you are not following it. So, and the people on the ground are dying, and you are giving them interpretation that is not working.
We've seen the results of the security today in Benin City. Exactly, you're right.
No,
you're right.
We've
seen the result of the breach of security.
I don't want you to attach
We've seen
emotion.
it. That's why the Supreme Court stopped it. Because the Supreme Court knows that this will happen.
If the financial institution is independent, that means they're criminals.
They are not criminals. You are emotional.
They're criminals. No,
you are attaching emotion to this issue.
Let me ask you something. Let me ask you something.
All right.
How many times MFLA have come on the ground and go to ATM machines and withdraw money and find out the pain of the people and feel the way he feels and give order and they pass it and they enforce it. Do you know what is enforcement in the law? Whatever you are saying,
who is controlling the bank in the state? Is it not the governor of the state?
You understand? They look at the kind of people in the position. These are people.
The money.
You see,
from the bank.
Look at the process.
The central bank has done its own.
And look at the POS are getting money, bank doesn't have money. So there is a lot of confusion.
Everybody mute, please. Sir, please. Everybody mute. Hello, please mute. I have a call. Thank you. Hello, Mr. Kevin Kell. Thanks for calling in. Talk to us.
Yeah, Najawash. Good evening, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Please talk to us.
Oh yes, please. One of the greatest challenge we have as Nigerians is that sometimes we don't understand the direction politicians want us to go, and we follow them in their game. We are trying to take out the substance that brought about this issue. Now, I want us to understand even despite what is going on, the crash is going on in Benin City now. I need us to understand that these things are orchestrated. These are sponsored APC thing for us to feel this way because they are getting somewhere.
100%.
Now, when we talk about CBN is a creation of constitution and is an act. And CBN is independent. For this law, for this policy, for Supreme Court to have ruling power over this CBN Act, National Assembly has to go in and amend CBN Act. And if you look at that suit very well, these three governors did not include CBN. They were smart about it. What they did was to instigate it as if they have a case between state and federal government. So this whole thing we are in now is where these corrupt politicians want us to be because they want to heat up the polity. Let's not dance with emotion to their tune. They want us to be here so that they will have time to do what they want to do. If they have gotten all their money, they were stuck in their warehouses and in their rooms and change it to New Naira note, you will not be hearing this thing. I want us to be smart to understand what actually is going on. The issue is that the question will ask ourselves, what actually is going on? By the time we understand what actually the issue is, then that will inform the way we will react. Not dancing to the tune that, Nigeria is burning, there's no money. There's no money anywhere, yes. But what actually is the intent of this governor to get us at this point? That's what I want us to address, to look at.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for calling in. Thank you. All right, Mokuna, no worry. Me, I'll dig because I'm currently on the 1999 Constitution now. Once I don't dig them out, I'll bring it back. But before that, let's quickly move on here. Today we have Professor, what was his name again? Professor Ango Abdullahi, who came out. I would like you guys to hear what he was saying. You know, in fact, our vice presidential candidate, Datti Ahmed, have to, stand up, to respond to him. Let's hear this first. Let's take it from here.
Of the country. Now I will talk on this last bit. Politics of the country. The North has paid its dues, more than paid its dues. If there is any part of this country that has made sacrifice for the unity of this country, and for this country to call itself Nigeria as a country, there is no other section of the country that has contributed as much as northern Nigeria. None. You can bring any area and debate it, and you find that the North paid more than paid its dues. The North must not show its face as to who in the next election. The parties were warned that they must not field northerners as presidential candidates, because it is not the turn of the North to rule again after Buhari. Of course, I mean, you can look at it in various ways, legal or political. Certainly not legal. Our law books are very clear, the Constitution is very clear that I can stand the election 20 times and I can lose 20 times. But nothing should stop me from contesting election if I want to. But then, when you look at it in terms of, well, do me, I do you. Rub my back and I rub yours. The North has rubbed more backs than its back being rubbed. Obasanjo couldn't get 10,000 votes in front of his house. I sat with him when he declared.
There's another Emilio Con here who is saying that how, in fact, is disagreeing with this, the power must come to the south or whatever. He's disagreeing with it. In fact, he's going to go extensively now to let us know how many times the Northerners have ruled and how many times the Southerners have ruled. So that's what he's going now. How he helped Obasanjo to become a president, how he helped somebody else and all that. Let's listen to what he's saying.
I sat with him when he declared, and I told the journalists that spoke to him rudely most of the time, I said he will be president in Nigeria by the votes of northern Nigeria, and he did. Even there, well, we got paid back somehow. It wasn't appreciated as such. Who brought Jonathan? The North did. Who voted Abiola? The North did, in my sitting room, to defeat my younger brother, Tofa.
Now the year I to bring Abiola in. Now this decision now inside sitting room they have there for talking inside sitting room. Just listen.
Did in my sitting room to defeat my younger brother, Tofa. All these are sacrifices being made by Northerners. And even if you are talking about the years in power from 1999 to date, Obasanjo 8 years, Jonathan 6, 14, Umaru 2, and now Buhari 8, 10. So being old even in the number of pure number of years, 4 years. 4 years, even on that, even on those terms. But the issue shouldn't have been we are not qualified to contest. We have no right to contest. Certainly, this is the reason why we are saying now that the issue in Nigerian political environment must be based on democratic tenets only. There will be no issue of reserving anything for anybody. And anybody who wins the election must be accepted as the winner of the election without sentiment. And if there is any attempt to subvert it, then we'll be ready to also counter. No ready, no way. We are not denying anyone their rights, and nobody will deny us our rights. Nobody. And those who are thinking along those lines, they should go and think again, because we shall not accept a situation where there is a fair, democratically conducted election and a winner emerges and will be denied on the basis that he comes from some section of this country, particularly our own section of the country, will not agree. And for us to feel it, that without the base, the northern base, the Nigerian state will not have foundation without the northern base.
Can you imagine? Anyway, I would like some of you to answer that. Let this finish first. Without the northern base, Nigeria cannot have a foundation.
So the north should be prepared. Some section of this country, particularly, feel it, that without the base, the northern base, the Nigerian state will not have foundation without the northern base. So the north should be prepared to provide that base, and has always been prepared to provide the base. The fraternity that brought us, the history of this country has brought us together, and we succeeded the way we provided leadership over the years, and we have no apology to offer to anybody in terms of the role we have played for the benefit of this country.
What an arrogance. No
Wow.
apology. What an
And then
arrogance.
yet, yesterday we were arguing about a pastor who took an AK. Is this one not more than an AK? Is this clearly not more than an AK? See, we need to be ready. I keep saying, we need to be ready. Yesterday we were beating each other over the head. He should not have. These people are boldly with full chest telling you with words.
Do you know in that hall, our presidential vice was left alone. It looks like everybody was against him there, in that hall. Let's hear from him quickly.
The North, for what we are, deeply religious. I wish to pose that the majesty of Arshil Azim is beyond that pitiable creature will be in need of help and he doesn't get that help. Who is that pitiable human down here on earth? We cannot manage our affairs in Nigeria. And every 4 years, Allah's Rahama is down here. When we see election, we're talking of Allah's Rahama. If you don't like your situation, change it. We cannot touch Allah's Rahama for one key reason, because we don't say the truth. And no institution or organization leads in saying the truth like what we have here today. So, Baba, I thank you so much.
Mr. Evis, pause, please.
What is
pause,
the
please.
truth? There are
What is Allah's Rahama? Can somebody explain what is Allah's Rahama?
How do we explain what we don't know?
Okay. No, in case of anyone on the panel, no. I want to understand what is Allah's Rahama.
I don't know. If you are not a Muslim, you
point.
might not know. Let's move on.
Okay.
Systems that have failed, move them out. There are individuals who have paid, move them out. In fact, Dr. Bogaji, senior colleague, when he said that, why should people who stole be given titles? He is correct, but he can even be more correct when he puts it this way. Why should people who stole be given power? Where you see the problem, we see the solution. We have already said it. The enemies, the terrorists, the bandits, the armed robbers, the kidnappers, they are not more formidable than constituted authority. Maitama police station can go and dislodge them. The fact of the matter is that there has never been that political will to do it. Irresponsible governance has been responsible for the situation we're in. Where you see the problem, we see the solution. Our records, our histories have shown we were able to create wealth. We did not derive wealth from government. Logically speaking, we know how to move Nigeria from consumption to production. Again, my senior brother came short of saying production because he's so clever. He says consumption to processing. In fact, you have been reading our mind. We are the ones who will bring an end to this endemic corruption. A governor who served 8 years without borrowing a penny, left behind 75 billion for his state, and refused to sign the law to collect money. Match that with a vice who, when in 2006, they were selling Apple houses. Not that the act was wrong, but I disagreed with the principle of repayment. 1 out of 360 refused to buy my humble self. I'll respect your time. The truth of the matter is that we don't say the truth, we don't like the truth, we don't support the truth. And that is why we are not yet able to touch Allah's Rahama by getting the right leaders. Nothing is as powerful as an idea whose time has come. That idea now is that Nigerians have more or less resolved to vote in competence you can trust, characters you know, compassion you can feel, capacity that has been proven. Let's meet at the polling units. Thank you so much.
Mic drop. Mic drop.
Sharon, let's meet at the polling unit. Exactly. So
now this country you're supposed to show us now.
Datti is the greatest politician in the north as it stands today. Now,
do you know? Hold on, please. Do you know they wanted to bully him there because he was the only one that was speaking in a different journey? All of them succumbed to the previous speakers. If you watch the full video, anyway, I'll see him on the phone. Please, Mr. CN, talk to us. Good evening to you, sir.
Good evening, Niger Watch, and good evening, our listeners, those on the panel and those on the chat section. I greet everybody. It's how many days? In about 10 days, we should be singing Hallelujah. Actually, why I called was because I'm always skeptical. I'm always my aversion to mutilated Nigeria political history knows no bound. When I listened to Professor Ango Abdullahi, former Vice Chancellor of Ahmed University, Zaria, a professor of agronomy with a PhD from University of Kansas in US. What he said, in fact, I felt so disappointed. One, if I'm to sort of to dismantle his logic, I will do it based on two different perspectives. The concept of Nigeria and then the concept of leadership of Nigeria. When he said the North, they've made a lot of sacrifice for the continuity of Nigeria and all those things. Probably the man is ignorant of history, or like Shoyinka said, history is not just there to refresh our memory, it's to guide the future. Tony Nahoro, the Adolo of Benin Kingdom, moved the emotion sometime in 1957, if I'm not mistaken, or 19, I can't remember, but I think in the 50s, that Nigeria should be independent. It was the North that said they are not ready, that they will go for independence as soon as practicable. Because of that, Awolowo was of the opinion that they should leave. But Zeke, the great original, said, okay, they are our brothers, let us accommodate them. So that was the first sacrifice. It wasn't made by a northerner. So this Nigeria is claiming to love more than those people, Enahoro and Zeke, in those days, NCNC and Action Group. I don't know what he's trying to tell us. Probably Alex might come up and speak later. Now the second.
No, let me just. No. Let me just. Please, let me just.
Please, let him finish.
No, I will leave it. I will leave it. Okay.
The second one, I want to be brief because I'm not on the panel, so I wouldn't have more time. The second sacrifice, just to debunk the word sacrifice, Zeke is the only leader of independence struggle in Black Africa that did not become the prime minister at independence. Julius Nyerere of Tanzania, Kwame Nkrumah, Sekutoro of Guinea.
1 minute, sir.
And all the rest, they all became prime minister. But Zeke has also to compromise and sacrifice because of a rigged census, in which it was quite clear. We now know that from Radio 4 interview of Harold Smith.
You can come to the screen now, sir. We have one spot left.
In the interest of what do you say? I said, in the interest of unity of Nigeria continuity, Zeke considered, said, even Awolowo came to him and said, look, Zeke, you become the prime minister, while I become your minister for finance. He said, become so that two of them could easily
join us on screen, sir. Join us on screen. We have a space left. Okay? We have one space. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much, my people. Please help us to share. Okay, Mr. CM is already here. Wonderful. That's quick. Please help us to share and like this broadcast. As Mr. CM, you are coming in now, but I'm not going to give you the time to continue. You will stay according to the queue. Okay, I'm going to start with Son of Man. Son of Man, you know, everybody on this particular one, we're going to do 8 minutes. Son of Man, good evening to you, my brother.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Niger Watch. Thank you, fellow panelists. Thank you, Nigerians. So, you see, the Northerners, I believe my position is that there is a great divide between the Northern elites. Why some are dancing to the wind of change, a good number of them who has this belief that, power should always remain in the North, are the ones coming to play this mind game. Example of them is like this Ango Abdullahi that is speaking. He goes to remind me what Pa Ayo Adebanjo said when he countered what Ango Abdullahi said, that why was Ango Abdullahi talking like that as if he has forgotten. You see, when these guys want to be deceitful, they tell you that now we should play the politics, by the number and not by an agreement that power should rotate. It appears that the northern elites, I repeat, the northern elites are gunning for the like of Atiku. But you see, the Nigerian people have awoken. The Nigerian people, are now aware that leadership is not about where you come from. If I am not mistaken, if there's any region of Nigeria that has suffered terribly in the last 8 years just now, is the North. And the person who they believed in, they so much believed in him, such that he contested 3 times and consistently got 12 million votes, eventually became the president. And that was when it appeared that they suffered most. So I want to believe that, the position of the northern elite is not the position of the common man. And at the end of the day, everybody will go and cast their votes for that person who has the 5 C's: competence, credibility, character, compassion. You see, I will agree with Nigeria's Watch interpretation that it appeared that our vice presidential candidate was alone. But you see, even more, I listened to Baba Ahmed, that is, was it yesterday? And in his submission, and when I just oppose it with what Ango Abdullahi is saying, it appears that the Norths are trying to remain relevant. They know where the direction of this election will go. And that is why they want to emphasize and keep emphasizing that whoever the North supports is who will emerge. So when eventually P2B emerges, they will lay credence to that he supported him, and that's why he emerged. So I am not surprised, because the characters of this northern elite is such that when it favors them, they change the game, they change the goalposts, and when it's not in their favor, they change it, the other way around. So I don't want to blow hot and cold air, but I like where Datti left his submission. We are going to meet at the polls, because the Nigerian people are awoken. They've woken up. They are clearly awake. And if INEC gives us what we are asking for, free, fair, and credible election, we know that the Labour Party's candidate, Mr. P2B, is going to be victorious. So why Ango Abdullahi might choose to deceive himself at his old age? Well, a lot of us have decided to educate ourselves, because Nigerian took out history away from the curriculum. That is why he can make bold to come and say the North has sacrificed for Nigeria. That is a blatant lie. The North has been the region that has governed Nigeria more since independence. But where has it left us? Nigeria is worse off than it was at independence. So we have woken up. The Nigerian people are aware, and I'm not afraid of how the vote will go if INEC gives us free, fair, and credible election. With regards to the previous video about what is happening in Edo State, you see, I don't know whether this policemen, I don't know what kind of training that they have. I believe that the hardship that the common Nigerians are facing, them themselves are also facing it. In fact, police barrack is one of the most dirtiest places you can ever go to in Nigeria. The conditions where they live is very terrible. But yet, the people that are fighting for change, EndSARS was all about end police brutality and enhance police welfare. But yet, they come at us and they shoot at us. I understand that, civil demonstration is legal. However, when you begin to carry out arson and destruction of properties, then the crowd has to be dispersed. But I don't know where dispersing a protesting crowd has to, involve use of live ammunition. There are several ways to disperse crowd. You can shoot tear gas, you can use water canister, but to start shooting live ammunition to protesters who had no ammunition is very barbaric. That goes a long way to tell you the animality of our law enforcement agencies. Well, change does not come easily. I will go back to the quotation of the Bible that says, the kingdom of heaven suffered violence, and the violent must take it by force. When I was watching that video, a lot of ideas were coming to my head, my mind, how I could have attacked back deadly. Because by the time you start shooting projectile objects against me to kill, then expect my own projectile to come. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much, my people. I can see the likes is not very, very encouraging. Can you hit on that like? Let's take the likes to 200. We have almost 700 people watching us across right now. The likes is very, very minimal. We have 167 likes. Please press the like button. It's right there. Just press it. The thumbs up, press them. Make us take them to 200 and help us to share. This is vital information we are passing right here. We are fighting for ourselves. Let's help ourselves to share and like. And the dollar sign is right there. If you want to encourage us, hit on it. Encourage what we're doing here. God bless you, my people. I'll move on now to Madarita. Madarita, you have 8 minutes. Please talk to us.
Yeah, thank you, Sir Elvis. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, very clear.
Okay. I don't know where to start from. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Those in the panel and those watching from home. I want to speak about the riots in Benin. It's unfortunate. May that young man so rest in peace. Peter de Rokobi says leadership. What we're experiencing now is the accumulative effect of bad leadership. Bad leadership. And Governor Obaseki is not absolved with this, and even his predecessors. It's just an accumulative effect from one person to the other. Bad leadership, even from the National Assembly, the State House of Assembly. Bad leadership, chairman, councillor. Bad leadership, president, governors. Bad leadership, and what is the child that was giving birth to bad leadership? Anarchy, a state of anarchy, chaos. Nobody is regarding any form of law enforcement. Everybody is just doing what they want. People are dying. Even the dead are not even respected. Police, brutality is the order of the day. Bad leadership. Bad leadership. You see a policeman, abusing somebody innocently. Look at his boss. How does his boss treat him? So if you go along this strata of leadership, it's bad leadership across the board. It's very unfortunate. It's not very unfortunate. I say, what is leadership? Leadership is courage, vision, someone that has vision, someone that is supportive, someone that has a strong relationship with the people that he's leading. In Edo State, we don't have that. In Nigeria, we don't have that. It's just sad. It's just unfortunate. And Emiefele's issue, I'm so tired of people, saying that, or rather claiming that the display of frustration by Nigerians is as a result of it being staged. I'm tired of hearing that. As a result of it being staged, hello? You should call the people who are staging these riots. If you are claiming are they going to stage that young man that died? Was it staged? They're all in it. The elite, all of them, political class, even non-state actors. As a matter of fact, the non-state actors, they're the worst set of leaders. The worst. Non-state actors mean those who are not, we don't see on TV every day. They're not even under any form of constituted authority. Those are the worst. Just like that old northern man talking. He's not in any position, but those are the kinds of worst elements we have within our society. The worst elements that influences decisions made by people in constituted authority. They're the worst set of people. The non-state actors we don't see, the so-called cabals we don't see, they are the worst. They're the worst of the lot. Nigeria, I've said it before, Nigeria is practicing kakistocracy. Is a society governed by the least suitable or incompetent citizens. That's what Nigeria is practicing. We're not practicing democracy. What is going on with Emefiele and the other people is what I call the clash of the titans. If you read that the Greek mythology, the clash of the titan, where you have the kraken coming out. Now, what is the kraken? The kraken, the destruction. See, people are angry. Some people, they don't even know why they are fighting. They're just angry. Because some people that are even fighting in that riot, they are hungry. That's why they are fighting. Some of them don't even have bank account. They are hungry and they are angry because they feel nobody cares for them. Nobody wants to understand them. Nobody wants to be sympathetic with them or even try to say, okay, what is wrong with you? How can I help you? Nobody's doing. So they're just going haywire, just creating anarchy. Just destroying things. I'm not supporting the destruction because it doesn't make sense. If you're destroying an ATM, it's that same ATM that you're going to use to withdraw money when everything is calm. Now, if it's destroyed, you end up going to the bank and having long queues. It's just, I'm just sad. I'm not happy at all. That Nigeria has gone to the gutters. I'm not happy at all. I'm not just happy. That northern old man, I'm not going to call his name because he's irrelevant. I was saying it before. We are in the days where we no longer respect white beard or aged people. Because the white beard men, majority, not all, or rather, let me use the word some, before some people attack me here, if you don't understand me. Some of the white beard men that we see coming to speak up regarding these presidential elections and the state of anarchy in Nigeria, they're not helping matters. They're a disgrace to this generation. They are discriminative. They go with the old brigade of using tribe, religion, sectionalism, just to further divide the country, forgetting that they are in the transit level to go and meet God. They forget that. They're in transit level, transit. But while in transit, you are creating chaos. Instead of it to bring unity, you are lying, and you say you're an old man. That's what I don't blame any young person that disrespects an old person who doesn't know his age or who doesn't recognize the fact that he's in his transit period, so he should stand for the truth. I don't. And that so-called old man is a typical example of what I just described. It's a disgrace to his generation, and I'm not sorry to say that. It's a disgrace. And there's one thing that I said, it was so funny. You see, when you look at some people who are very obtuse-minded, petty, malevolent, visionless, separatists, when you hear them speak, they forget major points. When he was talking about the Northern sacrifice, Sir CM, God bless you. I don't want to go into history. People should go and read the history. If you're not, thank God for Google. You're in the Google age. Just type and just start to do research. It's for free. Do research. I mean, those of you in diaspora, you have electricity and the internet. Start getting the history of Nigeria. There's even something on Netflix about how a country was divided. It's on Netflix. It was published last year. That's just a little cap of how Nigeria was amalgamated in 1914. Yeah, the history, the backdrop before 1914. Apart from that, there's so much resources online, and then you just do your research. The northern part, unfortunately, most of their leaders have refused to teach the young ones the true history. So what they depend on is oral history told by any elders or any imam, and they just believe it from there. And most of them are kind of ignorant to the real history of Nigeria. It's disgusting. I was so disgusting listening to that man. And they forget one thing. I'm not angry, but I am sad. If I'm speaking like this, I am sad. I'm not angry. Get it right. Don't get it twisted. I am sad. He forgets that without the South, you cannot even have a northern president. So you see why I say he's visionless? He doesn't have vision. He's just committed to lie. God bless Ahmed. God bless that man. God bless so many northern men. So many real men like Ahmed Datti. I understand that he was being respectful, but he was being very truthful. He was respectful and very precise. Okay. That's a leader that has vision. That's a typical northern man that has vision. He's direct and he stands for the truth. See, this truth is God, and God is the truth. The sun that we see every day, that is truth shining. You cannot hide. You can only shade it, but it will still stay there. Please, my people, let's stand for the truth. And let's start responding to all these old men that keep lying to us about history, that cannot stand for the truth, but they leverage on how much money they get, religious lines, and ethnic lines. Let's just stop this nonsense. We have to unlearn some nonsense going on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, moderator, for your submission. To be honest, that old man, God, that old man, his statement shocked me. Let me hear from the panelists. Tiobala, good evening to you once again, my brother. Talk to us in 8 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Evis, and everyone on the panel, and the people listening to us, and those at the comment section. Thank you. Hope you can hear me.
Yes, very clear.
Okay, thank you so much. I would like to start with this northern man's video. You played last of recently. It's really painful in a society like Nigeria with people with diverse culture, ethnics, and all of that. We are still having this kind of people who are still dictating to this generation, and it's so unfortunate. And I was in a discussions recently with somebody. Take for instance, okay, now Buhari is about finishing his 8 years. If Bola Ahmed Tinubu eventually win this election, which God forbid, and it will not happen, another Muslim, though I'm not being a kind of be tribalistic or someone that is religious here, another long-term Muslim person who is a Muslim, definitely it will go back to the north. It's going to be another Muslim. Automatically, you know where the nation is heading to. Let's leave that part. If what this man is just saying right now, if Atiku eventually win this election, another Muslim, Buhari was a northern Muslim, definitely the North will not see this thing as their own right, that anybody can come out in the North and win the election because they believe that they own the majority. Now we are not talking about one Nigeria. So it's so unfortunate. That is the more reason we should try as much as we can as an individual to eliminate this kind of people who are preaching division, who are preaching all this religion, how will I put it, inclination or whatever. Find a way to remove it and let religion or ethnicity take the back stage of our politics in today's world. It's very important. I really want to respect the opinion of Datti Ahmed. He's so exceptional, very, very serious. He made the right statement in that gathering. He really speaks to the people, because every other person in that platform or that gathering, they were all speak as in they are corruption inclined, but that come up in the angle of competency. Someone that built well from scratch, not enriching themselves for the coffers of the government. So that is one thing Nigeria must look out for. People who have passion, who have the commitment and the political will to make the nation work again. It's very important. That man's statement is very, very bad and it should be condemned. And I just want to use this opportunity to beg the northern youths, the women, even the elderly, that they should not listen to this set of people again. The world is advancing. There has never been a place where people that are ruled by ethnicity or is a country that is being governed by ethnicity or religion, progresses. The world is advancing. We should try as much as we can to come together to build one Nigeria, where we can have everyone matching up with different opportunity based on your skills. Where you can set up a business, everything can work for you. We don't want a society that will be driven by religion or ethnicity. Because what this man is just preaching right now is preaching division. He's preaching division. And that is not, we don't want this in our political, in our country called Nigeria today. We just want to move on. We want to move on and build a better society. Most of us here living abroad today, we are happy doing what we are doing because we have a country we can fall back to. When we, no matter the amount of money you are making here, you see a country you want to invest some money in. But imagine there is no Nigeria. You'll be living without base. Going back to the CBN policy, I think based on what I have seen so far, the CBN policy is a very good policy. It comes with a lot of benefits. First of all, to reduce this corruption ravaging our society today. And again, it will bring development. Today, we are talking about fintech. Having this kind of maybe cashless policies or whatever, we create another opportunity for people to venture into this fintech industry, thereby creating a lot of jobs, reducing corruptions, and we will be able to know the money that are in the circulations. The CBN governor make one statement today that over time, the number of money they printed and the one in people's house and the one in the circulation, the one in people's house are enormous. Thereby, we are having issue with inflation, scarcity, and hunger in the land. Why? Because there is no money for people to do business. This is not happening in a sane society. You cannot be keeping money that is meant for circular flow of income in your own house. That is leakage. In a simple economy, in a circular flow of income, that is leakage. It's not contributing to the nation building. That is what the CBN policy is trying to eradicate. But it's so unfortunate that the politicians are now using it to cause problem, working with all those bankers, working with all those bank managers, hoarding all this money. The CBN have released money. They have released money. It's so unfortunate that some of the bankers and those managers in different banks and all of that, they keep this money to themselves and start selling this money to politicians. That's why you see most of them, because they are looking for more money, they are not crying, and for them to be able to use their old Naira notes. It's a good policy, just that the politicians are making things different out of it entirely. It's so unfortunate for us to have a system like that. And going back to what is happening in Edo State, I really want us, we the Edo people, to be very careful in the way we carry our protests. I support protests, especially when it's done in a civil manner. Over time, we involve in protests. At the end of the day, we get killed. And most of people in our state are using the protest to punish our own fellow citizens. See what they are doing, destroying their fellow citizen cars. At the release of one gun, everybody run. See, we just have to trade with caution. Please, as much as we want to protest, we should try as much as we are also to be able to provide ambulance for us. We can make arrangements for that. Or even if it's a personal car, put it in place, in case of any emergency. Because the government are not coming for you. They will not rescue you. They just want you to die. That's just what I'm just concerned about. I'm just concerned about the safety of lives in Benin. And people should not hide under the protest and start causing evil. Because the government, they don't care about you. They don't obey rules of law. They don't obey anything. All they just want to do is to kill and destroy. And this brings me back to the Edo State government, because I will also want him to quickly to swift into action to try and restore peace, law and order in the state. That is the primary responsibility of any governor in the state. Whenever there is an issue like this, he should try as much as he can to deploy personnel to calm things down, because if they continue, it might cause another thing. Because this protests and all this thing, To some extent, they are staged. To some extent, they are staged by these wicked politicians for us to scuttle this election and for people to have negative effect regarding the CBN policies. That is the aspect of it. That is the aspect of it. These politicians should be warned, and we Nigeria should not play to their own gallery. They are now using this thing so that people will not play to their own side. No, please.
All right.
Let's focus on the election, and we should use this energy to get these people out of office. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks for your submission. Unfortunately, the governor is sleeping at this particular moment because somebody that already died already. You are talking about peace. What peace? Somebody that already died. You know, as we speak right now, we've been on air now for the past 2 hours, and somebody died for the past 5 hours ago. You know, till now, the governor of Edo State have not addressed it. You know, so as long as I'm concerned, you know, the governor is sleeping. At this particular, you know. All right, I would like to move on to the next person here. Please stay mute. Stay mute. Your audio from your house or from anywhere you're watching us from is disrupting the media. Thank you. I would like us to hear from Chibozo Adi. Sir, please talk to us. Good evening to you once again. You have 8 minutes.
Yeah, good day, everyone. Good day, our listeners and commentators. Good day, Mr. Najawat.
Thank you, sir.
Let me just start with that northern old man. You know, these are the problems we are facing in Nigeria, and we Nigerians are not seeing the sign and the language. You know, look at the kind of language that man is using in this modern age. You know, saying northerners. What of the southerners? Are you telling me that the southerners never contributed in Nigerian affairs, economically, in any arm of government? So why are we using title or kind of emirate to try to implement in our Nigerian politics? You know, that is what led to coup in 1966, because the cabals in the north were using the Tafala Belewa to run their affairs in the north. Tafala Belewa was taking order from the southern of Sokoto, and that is why the coup happened. And there was a problem in Nigeria because of cabals. These are the cabals that is fueling Nigeria to get to hell. Whether Nigeria descend to hell or not, they don't care. How can you come to Nigerian media and speak such a resident? In short, I would call it a resident evil act. In section of Nigerian Act 1999 amended section 1 to 2. Okay, why can you vomit that kind of evil? So that means any person who wants to be a Nigerian president must answer to somebody. And that is where we're getting it wrong. You know, we are not going to succumb to that. These are the people that lay this structure, that anything that is going to be in Nigerian affairs, that order must come from them. From the military to our information, all our technical affairs. When they advocate, because people give them a lot of respect, but they are leading, they think that the man is leading them in the right direction. But they don't know that this man is destroying the nation. We are talking about uniting here, but look at language you're using about division. We don't want this kind of thing in Nigeria. Nigeria must wake up. That's why I said last time, I said, I'm not a romantic person when it comes to violence. If you want to kill me, if I have the opportunity, I will take you down. That is my language. Because the kind of manner that this man is advocating, that power must come to the north. Even though you want to come to the south, they will discuss and they tell you who it will go to. This is what he's trying to implement. You see, so we are seeing using social media to fetch these people out. They are speaking their mind. For my own view, he is a single person. If at all he's a Nigerian, he has his right to speak his mind. He's not gonna be the person who's gonna be the, I don't know whether when he's gonna call INEC chairman and say INEC do this, then INEC will listen to him. So Nigeria have changed the way they do election this time around. A lot of things have changed, but a lot of things also are still there, or remain unchanged because of a tribal and religion issue. It's giving us a lot of worries in Nigeria, and the lack of education also, because we need to educate these people to, think in a positive way, because these people are not giving them the light. Because leadership does not matter. Look at America today. People who make America great, they are not from America. They're not Americans. But these are genius. The first man that make America build a rocket for America is not an American. The engineer that invented a rocket in America, then it comes from Germany. These are Germans. America catch all of the scientists and use them and build America today. So you don't know where the God will give you people who can bring the country from bottom to top. If we call ourselves one Nigeria, let us live as one Nigeria. We don't need to even mention tribe. And that is why we need identity card. It's very important in our system to know where all these people are coming from if they're true Nigerians. Because they don't believe in true Nigerians. They believe in Emirates, that they will dominate and all their orders should be carried. We don't need that. We don't need that. And we don't need to romance that. We don't need to romance it. Because they have created a structure which is, they create a structure of judicial security in all arm of government. They practice all those things. When they default, they go there, they practice it, they all that, everything looks smooth. They said it went through the court process. We embrace it with thanks. But we go there, they will default again. And we are seeing all this thing. We are not even, thinking of, making sure that this time around we have to take those structures out. Why should they not keep on saying not? What kind of investment they have in Nigeria? They cannot say, okay, let us other people look into those affairs and know what is happening. And this is where all these tribalism are coming from, because they determine who will be Nigeria. If they don't make any comment, there will be no Nigeria. What kind of thing is that? We can't be listening to all these old backward people. We need to use the modern technology we have today and advance our ideas, build a good nation, compete with the rest of the world, make sure that we live, Muslim and Christian, they live harmony, because this is Dubai today we are talking about. Are they not Christians there? Are they killing themselves? But things are going well, no matter how it is there, but they have their own rules, but they are making sure that life is okay, So we need to create a very good environment for us to live and make sure that our life is better for everybody. Well, it's not a do or die affair. Anyway, let me go to MFL. When it comes to central bank policy, judiciaries have power to interfere when there is a default or when there is a problem. If the judiciary did not interfere, there will be an indication from agencies to indicate the judiciary that there's a danger. They will come out, because those are their where they will intervene. This is a financial affairs we're talking about here. We're not talking about romancing affairs. Now, you say judiciary don't have power to interfere in Nigeria affairs. It's uncalled for. All those sections you see there in the parliament, all of them are constituted by smart core lawyers. They are the ones that make the constitution and call it this a constitution. And when the Supreme Court interfere, you must obey that. And you make sure that things go according to the law. And that is the arm of government. Thank you, everybody.
God bless you, sir. Thank you very much for your submission. All right, let's quickly move on, because we have a second segment here today. So it's better we stick within our minutes. Okay, Mr. Victor, I'd like you to talk to us. Good evening to you once again.
Good evening, Mr. Nigerians. God bless you. Good evening, my fellow panelists. Thank God we are all alive today to see what is happening. And thank God we are alive to see the new version and the new edition of a new Nigeria. We are just seeing all this eruption because a lot of Nigerians, the generation we see now, do not know the history of Nigeria. That is why you see the basis of our struggle. We have to do 2 times our work to tell the Nigerian people the history. And even those of our educated people that we have that were born and they studied, I read history in my primary and secondary school. I was the last batch that did it before they now canceled it. You see, the reason why you should read history is for you to know where you are coming from and where you are going to, for you to plan ahead. And if there's any interruption, you fall back to your history and tell them that this same thing you're saying today was done in so years, and this was what erupted, this is what happened. And these were the aims and objectives. This is why they were fighting. And this is why we said we should stop this and build a good nation. You see, Ango Abdullahi has said some fundamental things which a lot of us did not read within the line here. You see, if you go and study Ango Abdullahi, the reason why he went and had a discipline in agro sector, go and know the reason. Ango Abdullahi was not even a believer of this thing he's saying, but they co-opted into it, and it became an authority in this what he's saying now. You see, if you read about Ango Abdullahi, these are the people that gathered the northern elite together to tell them that the only way to fight, because they are intelligent, take history out of our curriculum. Ango Abdullahi was part of the people that did it. He's an educationist. He's part of the people that said, take education out of the history of Nigeria. It's not about the civil war. It's because they don't want their people to know about the history so that they will not feel inferior. That is where they're coming from. That is why they now said again, make sure that you sway them to believe more in the religion than believing in Nigeria. Don't make them be much educated. Make them be an Islamic scholars. And I go here again. You see, when Ango Abdullahi said, the foundation, he said one thing that we did not grab very well. I will interpret that thing. I've heard that same word before, and somebody interpreted it. A northern man. I won't say names. Ango Abdullahi said the foundation. He didn't mention something about the foundation which the country Nigeria was formed. That they are the foundation. What he was trying to tell us, that was why our vice president had to come in and say some word that we don't understand. He was trying to say the foundation of when Nigeria was placed is under Islamic foundation. That is why you see your Naira, so many things, they have interpretation written in Islam. It's not to tell us, they are telling us that the Northerners don't know how to read. It's a lie. The foundation, that is why Nigeria went and joined IOC. The foundation is talking about the creation, because if you don't have a foundation, there's nothing can be built on top of it. The foundation is under Islamic law. But I'd like to remind him, if there were no northern Nigeria, other region, they would have formed a country. It was this same Zik that told us to wait for them. That is one thing Ango Abdullahi did not say, because most of us don't know about the history of Nigeria. It is there, right there on the internet. We feel so reluctant not to go there and look. Most of us here,
If we know the history, when Ango is speaking, we should be laughing. Because he was saying contrary to the history of Nigeria, because his own people and many Southerners don't know the history of Nigeria itself. I would say Ango is just an old hag. There is a new crop. Like I told my wife, I said, look, the people that will destroy things that is emanating from their side, it is the same people. The others say, Oria Gloria, who go kill you now inside your house today? Who go bury Abdullahi? Who go deal with them now inside that north today? Because the northern people, they are being educated verbally now, not historically, that this thing about leadership, it doesn't matter if it comes from the south, nor the west, nor the north. It's all about a good governance that will make you create wealth, Individual region will create its own wealth and do what? Make the generality of the nation wealthy, so that we can be able to speak in the League of Nations, so that we have food on our table. The North was into agriculture, and agriculture took care of the North. It was our oil then. Why did they digress? Because they say the foundation in which Nigeria was built was under Islamic world. That's why they said the oil in the Niger Delta, they own it. Everybody get that into the whole thing now. That is what I will say on that aspect. I will go to our governor in Edo State. Our governor in Edo State is part and parcel of this whole thing you see. That is why he cannot speak. He knows a lot about banking. He's into that sector. It's part of the people that went in. CBN made a law because it is their right under the Constitution to do what they do. And they followed the due process. And the due process they follow was established and approved. And when it was established and approved, there was no default on it. On that line, there was no default. Anybody cannot come out and tell me that there was default. Even the lawyers themselves, they found no default in what they are doing. It is our politicians that politicize everything to create their own world so that we can fall into their own world and start arguing about constitution or no constitution. Somebody just opened their secret. Give me 100 million, I'll give you 40 million. That is what they did. That is why I would have tell the CBN, the SSTSS to go around and arrest all the managers of those banks. They are committing a national crime that they need to be arrested. I don't care who told you to do it, or one chairman of PLC, one chairman of a group of companies. I don't care. They need to be arrested and face the consequences of the law because they have committed an economic crime. That the money that was delivered, the one that was given out by CBN was accurately, and they followed the constitution, and that money was the actual money they supposed to dish out to control the amount of money in circulation so that inflation rate should not go up. They are trying to control it, but we don't understand because Nigerians don't want to learn. A lot of Nigerians don't want to learn. America here is having high inflation. They are putting it up to control the amount of money in circulation. They can do it. All of you that read economics, you know how they use that yardstick to control the economy itself so that it doesn't go out bankrupt. But what happened? The politicians took over and they manipulated it. Why now said Supreme Court have heard itself? Because if you are bringing a case forward, you must bring the source where the case started from into the whole thing. CBN is not in that, even the complaint. CBN is not even there. That is where you people should have known that this thing is being destroyed by these same politicians. They want to create everything to make sure that this election does not hold. At this next week or this week, That is what they want to do. They want to postpone it because they know they cannot get the military into place to take over. They cannot. So Nigerians should be alert. This thing is the central, what the Supreme Court would have. I'm not saying the Supreme Court does not have right to say something. The Supreme Court right is to interpret the Constitution to both arm and direct a judgment. If they cannot give a judgment, they'll say, go back and amend it. We are not to make law, but to interpret the Constitution. I'll make reference to what happened in America. The country were having problem with the state and the federal. They took it to the Supreme Court level. The Supreme Court said, we don't make law. According to your law that you have made, we are not going to say anything here, but you go back and settle things yourself. Because if you place a judgment now, they will say we are interfering with the Constitution. So we should be very, very. We are not contesting the supremacy of the Constitution, and we are not. We are learned enough to know the Constitution. That is why you should read it. Don't let the law tell you that you are inferior to your Constitution. Everybody here knows the Constitution. Have a copy of American Constitution, and they read it every day. But among us, how many of us have it?
Mr. Victor, thank you.
But we are arguing about it. Thank you, Mr. Niger Watch.
Thank you so much.
God bless you. God bless you, Mr. Nanjawa, Mr. Elvis. God bless you very much. You see what this my brother just said? My people, the Supreme Court can interpret the Constitution, but they cannot change it.
That is it. That's what I'm telling them.
The CBN, you're correct. The CBN Act is already in the Constitution. So when there is a misinterpretation, you go to the Supreme Court, they will interpret it, but they cannot change it.
Simple. You interpret it for us to know.
Thank you. All right. Omo, yes, Connor, thanks for joining us. Good evening to you. Please talk to us.
Thank you. Greetings, everyone. And yeah, you're correct, Victor. The Supreme Court, the duty of the Supreme Court is to interpret laws. Okay, well, let me start with the ancient man that spoke. I think that it is very important. It is clear, especially now, that we need to learn our history more than ever. This should be top priority for all Nigerians. We must learn the history. We have to learn our history. The only positive that I see from all the negative that this ancient man spoke about is the fact that Agbado is not their candidate. That's my takeaway from there. Because if they have decided, they have chosen who their candidate will be, it is very clear. The handwriting is on the wall. They want their own side because I believe their elite is divided up now. They have divided themselves because some of them don't agree. So their own side, the ancestor side, is choosing Mikano, aka Atifko. Okay? Now, I'm not going to waste time on this man because he's not, to be honest, I want his words to be taken seriously. I want us to hashtag and continue to condemn what he said, because he clearly came to tell us that the North is more important than the South. We cannot let that slide. Even if there are no consequences, even if they don't do what they're supposed to do, we know how Nigeria works, but at least let's make a lot of noise about it. People need to understand, especially these ancient people, they need to understand that it's time for them to enter the house, lock the door, and don't come out again, unless the children ask them to come out, because it seems like their brains are not functioning as it should. There's no way anybody, thankfully, I had the opportunity to learn history before it was cut off completely, right? And I did my own studying on my own eventually. We need to understand the history of Nigeria as a whole, from the north to the south to the west, everything and outside of it as well. Now, coming to Edo State, I'm not going to spend too much time. Coming back to Edo State, the man there, whoever he is, by whatever name he's called, he doesn't even deserve to be mentioned. It is obvious. The man does not give a hoot about anybody. He does not. It is so heartbreaking that you know, as a people, we choose someone who is so removed from the people. He's not even from within the people. This should never happen again. Because I know that no matter how much we yell here and talk about him and say, why didn't he come out? Why didn't he condemn the riot? Why didn't he condemn the killing of that young boy, you know, that has dreams, aspirations, had hopes? Why didn't he say anything? He's not going to say anything because he's not part of the people. He's from outside of the people. Are we even sure he did not adopt the name that they call him by? Are we sure? You know, because I don't understand why. There's no way you're part of a family, no matter how much you disagree with your brothers and your sisters, you'll be impacted or you'll feel bad if anything terrible happens to them. But this man has not shown any sign of it. You know, so I mean, we only have a few days to the election. I really want us to, as much as we talk about all of these people, we need to focus on ensuring we only have very limited time. What do we need to be doing? How are we going to stream live? Because me, I'm big on that. I want us to find out how we can stream live from the election ground so that we can get all the information, so we can also have our own evidence when the time presents itself for us to do that. So I'm going to yield. I don't have much because everybody has spoken very well. I can't
Thank you.
take away or add too much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On the election day, how we are going to stream, so that information will be passed in the next couple of days from here, although a lot of platform on that particular day, because of lots of Nigerians have suffered for this day. So obviously, a lot of big platform like ours here is going to be on air. So, but certainly we will be on air live. So we are doing our part to know the area where we are going to be covering. So yeah, join us,
Okay.
anybody, and let's do this together like we've been doing it all this while. Thank
All
you.
right. So, Mr. Elvis, I just want to quickly say something. I don't want to, you know, the statement by this ancient man really bothered me a lot. And in my head, I'm thinking, you know what, if this is how they want to do it, let's just go our separate. I don't want to say that because there are a lot of Northerners who have woken up and have risen up and are pushing back on these ancient people. We need to keep pushing them back and keep calling out their words. We need to use our hashtags. That man needs to retract his statement or edit it, however he's going to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you once again. All right. We have one or two person. Let me pick about 4 calls. Mr. Joseph Oji, thanks very much for calling us. Good evening to you. Please talk to us.
Good evening. No, I just want to talk to you privately.
Okay. Okay, I'll call you back. Okay, thank you. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Because I got a call today. All right. I can't even remember people that called. Okay, let me just move on to the next panelist quickly. Mr. Shooks Obiboze. Good evening to you, sir. Please talk to us.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Elvis. Good evening, fellow panelists. Good evening, those watching us and our comment section. Yeah, now I'm gonna start with Datti Yusuf. Wow, his speech was marvelous. I don't know. He spoke. In fact, he say when we say we have hope, Obi Datti is the hope, the last hope for Nigerians. And I can resonate with those who say it's either we get it, right now, or we forget about Nigeria. It's a true word to that, The way he responded, just like our principal would have responded in this instance. You see that even when one is somewhere doing his own job, another one is somewhere doing another job. That's the kind of people we want in our leadership system. These are the kind of people that speak to the issues, people that tell people the truth. He said it. The problem with Nigeria is we avoiding the truth. He made it clear there. Just like Ango Abdullahi avoided the truth before him. You know, not because they know they successfully, like other speakers said, successfully remove history. So people will not know this, And there's counting men from the north, forgetting how much the south contributed. I've said this once in this platform, that the reason some ignorant people in Igbo land hated Zik was because 1956, when they moved that motion for independence. The North said, we are not ready, or we go our separate way. Araba. That was what they were shouting. Araba. I want to call Zik. It's better we do this way. He's not called Zik of Africa for nothing. A man who paid school fee for the great Kwame Nkrumah. That is the man. He's not called Zik of Africa for nothing. For him to claim that nobody from the South, that's a big insult. Like Miss Omoye's Corner said, we need to call this out. We need to make it loud. Both people from the North and South, we need to start calling this kind of people out. Yes. They might say that the likes of Adebanjo have said, if this don't go this way, forget Nigeria. But at least he didn't come to lie in our faces. He gave a reason why he said so. Because I know now you will see people come out to defend this with this kind of narrative. So it's high time I join Omoye's Corner to say, let us start tweeting this, hashtagging it, because we need to stop this kind of people from, polluting our societies. I don't even know the North he's talking about. Is it the old North or the new North? Because I'm aware he might not know that there's old and new North right now. He might not be aware of that. The political class and the ordinary people. The ordinary people have understood the business they've been using them to do. So I hope he made that mistake they make that mistake by going towards what he's just saying. Then he will be disappointed big time, because him and his group is gonna be beaten mercilessly. They're gonna be beaten on the election day. I'm not mincing my word. They will see that there is nothing called Old North anymore. That is what it is. Let me quickly go on the incident in Edo. It's very, very sad, very, very sad that we have to lose life, for putting our money in the bank. It's very, very sad. And this is why, I'm not saying that Supreme Court will go there and they say something that is not in our constitution. No. But at least they should have obeyed the Supreme Court, because that is an injunction. Supreme Court takes account of the incident that happened in Edo State today before they say, wait first until we look at this. We cannot forget that fact, because whether it is in the law or not, protection of lives and property of Nigerians is in the Constitution, and we cannot miss it. So if the Supreme Court deem it fit that lives of Nigerians, their properties are in danger, they can stop something, say, wait first till we look into it. So I'm not saying they're going to take over CBN, but they should have listened to this to avoid this. Then probably they come up with a solution before them. Because the Supreme Court will always say, hey, go back and make sure that Nigerians have their money. It's as simple as ABCD. It doesn't matter how the Supreme Court said it. But he must have to say, go back and make sure that Nigerians have their money. It's not more than what they're going to say. Because if you don't do that, you are calling for anarchy. People cannot be going hungry and you expect them to behave well. That's what I see happening in Edo State. So please, people, I am begging, no matter how hard it is, let us, endure. I know it is not easy. Let us endure. We've already getting closer. Thank you. I yield here.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your submission. God bless you. Okay, let's move on to the next person. Although we have a caller who was calling in since, let me quickly take on this. Let me call the caller back. Okay, Effie. Let me quickly do this. I don't like picking calls when my panelists are giving their submission. Okay, it's not picking up now. If you call back later, I might not be able to pick. Okay, Effie, can you hear me?
Hello.
Okay, good evening to you, my brother.
Good evening.
Yeah, talk to us.
Good evening, panelists, and good evening, viewers. And I greet my lovely sister Moyes Corner and Sister Rita. God bless you guys and the rest, panelists. Yeah, just my opinion, bros. Just the only thing I just want to talk. This HS man, we just show you video just now. See, it's like they feel say without the Nigeria not to grow. You understand?
Yeah.
But one thing they forget to say, not be they get Nigeria. You understand? And last where my own opinion, I believe say after this will be, because I wait everybody to talk. After this will be, I pray. I know say by the grace of God, people will win. You understand? If he come up to say they manipulate the election, may God forbid, they succeed. See, everybody should go their own separate ways.
Go their separate ways.
That's just the answer.
Yes,
that's just the answer, bro. Because we are not family. We not resemble to start with. We not look familiar. Not take. So that is it, bro. Thank you.
Thank you, my dear brother. I appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, my people. I would like us to move on. It's pathetic, to be honest. The only thing that is still keeping Nigerians together at this particular moment is because election is on the way. For any reason, God forbid, our principal, Mr. Peter Obi, did not emerge as the next president of Nigeria. All right, let me pause. Thank you, my people. I appreciate you all. Please, my spectators, my viewers, please help us to share and like this broadcast. And God will bless every one of you. I would like us to hear from different names are here. Okay, Kelvin Cal. Mr. Kelvin Cal, is your turn then before CN. Good evening to you, sir. Please talk to us.
Yeah, Mr. Ahmed, good evening. I greet everyone in the panel. The game is becoming too tactical. Yesterday, I listened to Datti's uncle, that is Hakim Baba Ahmed. And today, I heard the Ango Abdullahi saying what he's saying. You see, the truth is this. The North feels that they have Nigeria in their pocket, that they can determine the direction Nigeria will go. But it's quite unfortunate that they are ignorant of the reality. When I saw the configurations in the primary, I've said it before that what the North plan to do is they want to achieve it either in APC or in PDP. Now they put in Atiku. If Atiku wins, that means to them it must be a Northerner to be president of Nigeria. Or if Tinubu wins, which is the other way, if Shetima wins, that means it must be a Muslim to be president of Nigeria. Now that takes me to what Obasanjo saw and what he did. After this election, especially the entire South has to be thankful to people like Obasanjo and Pa Adebanjo. When you hear what Adebanjo said last week, that if Nigeria did not elect Obi, forget Nigeria. That is what he saw. The event of yesterday and today was what this old man saw. Now, they did not know that their relevance has faded away. I'm talking about the northern elite. You know, when they want to talk about politics, they say we, the North. But this dispensation has made us understand that there is nothing called we, the North. That is not monolithic. We have separatists or we have divisions in the North. The division of the elite of Ango, Abdullahi, and Co. and the common Northerners. And this common and ordinary Northerners, they are behind obedient movement. They want change. They are no longer in that nest. They are no longer in the cage. As Bible said, it said the snare has broken and we have escaped. Now, these Northerners, they have broken away from the snare that held them down. And they are going to vote. That's why Datti said, let's meet in the poll. Somebody was asking in the panel, what was the meaning of what Datti was saying? Allah's Bahamas.
Yeah,
Something
that's
like
me.
that.
That's me.
What he was saying is that if you see what you don't like, change it. That is, you know, say that election brings Allah's Bahamas for us. That the election brings us to make a change. And they have not been able to, the Northerners have not been able to touch Allah's Bahamas because they don't want the truth. They don't want sincerity. That is what he was referring. I want to thank God for giving obedient movement that, because if we had somebody like Kwankwaso at this point, Kwankwaso will step down. Kwankwaso will tell Obi, I'm no longer doing. Because this is their plan, this elite, their plan is to give power to Atiku. Now, if you now want to look at it politically in our equations and calculations, there is no single state in the entire South Atiku will win election. You see, the truth is coming out now. This dance has come up to everybody. Open your eye. The way it stands today, now, based on the statement of yesterday and today, there is no state in the South Atiku will win. Even if he wins the entire North, which is impossible, 19 states will not make him the president. So, as it stands now, the South, I call on the entire South to open their eyes and forget tribalism and come together. When I heard Pa Adebanjo saying Tinubu should step down, that Northerners will not vote for him, I was wondering, what was this old man saying? Now I understand. You see these Northern governors that are following Tinubu? I tell you, they are following Tinubu for welfare. In the next 10 days, you will see, Tinubu will see the shocker of his life. They are all going for Atiku. Even the RFI. Forget about the dancing naked they're doing in the street. They are trying to show Tinubu that your money is working, but on that day, the action will go to Atiku. So if the South know, especially the Southwest, they actually the problem of we in the South, the West, they can easily sell themselves to the North because they cannot read in between the lines. I told them this in 2015. I said, this marriage you guys are going with the North, you guys will return back home with your shoes in your hand. And that's what is happening. So this election, in fact, if you also look at it, I like what is happening. It will not reinforce our readiness to produce a Southern president, which Obi is in the 100% position to grab. He has the entire South, East, South. He has made serious inroads in the Southwest, North Central. Now, because North is not monolithic, North is not one. All those marginalized northern parts of Nigeria, the Christian states that constitute 40% of the northern population, they are going obedient. This election, I'm not having a sleepless night over it. In one cast, in one ballot, before we return back on Sunday, church, next week Sunday, as we are coming back from church, we will be hearing breaking news. You will be hearing breaking news. The event on yesterday, the Ango, Abdullahi, and Hakim Baba Ahmed, what I have said yesterday has actually demarketed Atiku the most. Demarketed Atiku the most. I like what is happening. The truth is not, there is nothing hiding. Anybody that thinks doesn't see what is going on now, the person just decided to close his eyes, even though he has seen the truth, seen what is happening. So it's no longer am I sure? Am I not sure? It is very clear that North want to retain power, and if they win this thing, this one, forget Nigeria, forget Southerners, forget aspiring to be president of Nigeria, and it's not going to be possible. They will not win.
Thank you, sir.
Nigeria, thank you very much.
I like your conclusion. They can never win.
It can never, my brother. I can never win. They can never succeed.
Okay. God forbid. I don't want them to win. Okay, Mr. CM, it's your turn now. You have 8 minutes. Good evening to you once again. Please talk to us, sir.
Okay. Good evening, Niger Watch. Good evening, everybody.
Yes.
All well said. To those that have spoken, yes, we are on the right track. Actually, the point I wanted to make earlier when I phoned in was people like Ango Abdullahi are really the problem of Nigeria. The thing is that they tend to think that everybody is Almajiri. My experience as a copper, a youth copper when I was in the north, was the fact that the type of people that we tell the children of poor people that they do not need education. All they need is to go and read the Quran. Because they know that if they should be exposed to Western education the way we are down south, they challenge the authority politically, so to speak, at least. So that is why he's saying all this time. He can come here and then tell lies. When he goes up in the north, we tell them that the north has been sacrificing because nobody to challenge him. The people he's talking to, their crowd, they are barely educated. But we know that in terms of sacrifice, it was even the north that delayed the political development of Nigeria. I've given the first example in which Antonio Nahuru, who, when he moved motion in 1953 that Nigeria should be should be independent, did not oppose it, and they wanted to go. If not for the magnanimity of Zeke, who told Awolowo, and they say, okay, let's give them time, let them just get up. They are our brothers. Otherwise, we can't be messing up with them now. Suddenly, those that do not want independence are now the people telling us that have upper hand. Nigeria was laid whether on the Islamic foundation or what. What happened in 1953? Have they forgotten? Anyway, that's one. Then secondly, the fault of his argument, I know that because of time. The second thing to say is this. If really he's talking about Nigeria, Yaradua was 2 years, Buhari 8 years, making 10, Obasanjo 8,
Good luck, Jonathan 6, making 14. So when 10 and 14 is 4. So they deserve 4 to balance off. That can only of logic. We make him a senior advocate of Nigeria in a court dominated by the Fulanese, as far as I know. What he's trying to tell us is that Nigeria started in 1999. If Nigeria started in 1999, then that is true, because I believe in facts. But Nigeria did not start in 1999. Therefore, the premise of that logic is faulty and it cannot stand. A lawyer will tell you that Lord Tennyson said you can't put something on nothing and they expect it to stand. So what he's just saying, it's like he's trying to fool himself at that age, despite being educated. What happened to Shagari's rule of 4 years, 79 to 83? Okay, if you do not want to reckon with that, what about military? The damages the military did, favored the North, created states, did give them all the privileges. So those ones will not count. We only the thing the boy is now the father. That's where we leave it. Now, what I think I don't want to, what I want to appeal to the crowd of Edo people is that, yes, we are really pissed off, but there's an extent we have to be restrained. When you burn down a bank, what if tomorrow they said, okay, this has been up, and then the bank said we haven't got ATM anywhere, or they're afraid of putting ATM? You now have to go and queue again. So sometimes you restrain yourself. I can understand that you see a car on the road or their bus, you burn it, or maybe all those things. But immovable asset like their branch, supposing you then decide not to do, I know you are annoyed, of course, but sometimes in the midst of annoyance, you have to sort of, be a bit discerning and say, what really do I need to do? Somebody should speak to them. The governor, again, is not helping matters, because in being a governor, sometimes your action, your body language, what you say says a lot about you and what you think of your stewardship. So to that extent, the Edo State governor, for me, he's not fit for purpose. He's not up to the job. Based on the example that happened recently or today or yesterday, he's not up to the job. If you cannot come out to assure the people, make a TV broadcast and say something that will even suit people's, frayed nerves, you just escond yourself somewhere and then feel that, feel aloof in the hope that when it is time for campaign, you come to them. For the Nigerians have forgotten that every corner is university. That is what people don't know. It is not the number of universities in the year 1999 that you have now. They must have doubled. Nigerians are opening universities every corner, and people are being admitted, and they are studying, and they are reading, and they are becoming wise. So it is no longer the business of maybe what you say, then we follow. We just have to look upon you as a papa, based on papa bullying. You say something, everybody will be afraid. No, the coming of P2B in less than 10 days' time, his election, he's coming, he's going to change the whole trajectory of politics, politicking, social awareness, human rights, so a lot of things. Because one thing I know is, when P2B gets elected, somebody can easily say, oh, I want to succeed there. I want to become a member of House of Assembly, any political post. When you ask him, oh boy, how can you try? He say, I don't have shishi to give, but go and check my record, go and verify. Before you know it, whether you like it or not, there will be 5, and it will be incremental. Gradually, people will not be asking you for money. You say, look, go and verify. When I was undergraduate at the University of Calabar, go and verify. When I was at a NEPA office working in somewhere, Kenwan Road, go and verify. This is what they will be saying. So before you know it, you'll be forced to. Because if you are bringing money, say, look, we don't have money. These are thieves. And then when you realize that the man at the top is not interested, and a lot of things are taking place, so things will change. That's why people are rooting for him, because he's just like a social, and that is what it's going to be. And I think, having said this, let me argue on the flip side. Those that are opposed to him, those that are dredging up a primordial sentiment like Ango, and then trying to concoct one story in the hope that it will become truth, that we will then swallow it. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. He can only say that in the north. And that is why Baba Ahmed, when this thing, like Baba Ahmed said, Datti, he said he has gone to the north to dismantle the lies. When P2B was touring the South at the earlier stage, maybe December, November, Baba Ahmed was in the North. He said he's dismantling the lies, the obstacles they put in Obi's path. Meaning that, he said, at the end, they said the Northern youths are waiting for Obi. And lo and behold, we saw what happened in Kano. You saw the crowd everywhere. So these are the youths coming for him. So that is exactly, oh, my time is already is getting off. So this is exactly the trend things we take, and they are not happy about it. So all said and done, I have a lot of hope I have a lot of hope on Saturday that when Obi will get elected. That wouldn't permit me. Otherwise, I read somewhere that Obi has now been adopted as the first son of Edo, not the first son anyway, as a son of Edo State. His name, the name now is Mr. Peter Saze Romosele or Nosezele Obi. So what a name! So people have now given him a name that they would like to call him. So that means victory is assured. So for this, let's not lose hope. A lot of lies will come up in the next few days, but thank you very much. I yield for another person. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate everybody. That is the end. Everybody here have contributed. We need to now move on to the next.
Can I please say something, please?
30 seconds, please, because we need to move on to the next segment, please. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. The Obi plan of coming to Benin, Edo State today, though he's currently in Ekpoma now or he has left, I don't know. That is more reason why some hoodlums, as in, that's I'm begging the Edo people, we should be careful, as in we should not allow this moment to spoil everything we have been planning for. We should be careful and trade with caution and wait on the 25th and use our PVC to fight these politicians. Please.
Thank you. Thank you, my brother. Mr. Pius, thanks for calling us. Good evening to you, sir. Please talk to us.
Yeah, good evening, my brother. The Moses of Edo State, the Moses of Nigeria. Thank you for everything, sir.
God bless you, sir.
I greet the house over here. Well, thank you very much. And I just want to say this thing. You know, say the Africa, they are looking onto Nigeria now, what will happen. If you are watching some of those programs in there, like Ghana, Cameroon, they are begging Nigeria to do the right thing. That if Nigeria can make it, that's the whole Africa will change. They will follow the footsteps of Nigeria. That's what they are all waiting for. And number two, I want to let everybody to know, they should not be afraid. Obi is already a president. The revelation God gave to me before Obi visited our palace, I have to see it today. Even though my friend, no one says that when I was talking to you, I give my phone to my friend to talk to you. I told you about this, my dream. Before Obi visited the palace, I see Obi inside the palace. The palace was full. And when he full, our dad did not call Obi. He now gave him a chair. He now put the chair on top of his left hand. He said he should sit down. We now sit down on that chair. Everybody was happy. Inside that, my revelation. Understand? From that time, I already get that hope. Obi is going to be our president. Before any good things come out of Nigeria, it starts from Edo State. And you will see Edo State are the first people that stand for Obi, who started fighting for Obi. And Obi is going to be the president of Nigeria. If they want to do anything not to put Obi as the president of Nigeria, because everybody is seeing what is happening in Nigeria. Is it the debt that is happening everywhere? Is it the hardship? No money, nothing. Some people will still open their eye to put their paper in that party. No. That's why last time when I was talking, I said some of those our politicians, they are very selfish. Something like somebody I loved before. Anytime he's talking, I like to listen. Even anytime he's finished talking, I would like to listen like a more yellow show. So it's paining me. If this guy really stand up, he loves Nigeria, as they have been saying. He should have said, no, this time I have to join the youth. We have to take back Nigeria back. Even though before any time I can contest for election again. But this time I have to follow my brothers to really fight with them. That's why I say those people, they are just fighting on their own.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Let me tell you one thing. If Obi did not put Obi as the president of Nigeria, my brother, forget that Nigeria is divided. Go and mark it. We don't get Nigeria again. Just go and mark it. Thank you very much, sir.
God bless you, Mr. Pius. Thank you very much, sir. God bless you. Thank you, sir. All right. That is the truth. I'm not sure any good Nigeria, patriotic Nigerian will be happy if they refuse Peter Obi this opportunity, because it's already obvious that he's going to be the next president of Nigeria. But we are going to continue to push and push to the last minute. All right, my people, let me see if I can return the call of Sylvanus. He was trying to call us earlier on. Okay, he's not picking up. Okay. Hello, sir. Good evening to you. You called us. You are live?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Talk to us in 2 minutes, sir.
Okay. Well, I was just going to comment about the Ango Abdullahi comment.
Okay.
Because that kind of comment, if we have a country, that man should be questioned for that comment, that kind of comment. Because this is the kind of comment that creates problem, that creates
division,
tribalism, and all those kind of stuff. It should be a call to question by the FCC or whatever, not the FCC, whatever the security agency is, to question him about that. Because this kind of problem is also what caused the Nigerian Civil War. For people who don't understand, the same kind of statement was what Ahmed Bello was making, that caused problem, triggered all the military to stage that coup to remove those old people from office, and which resulted in a counter coup that resulted in a Biafran secession and claimed a lot of lives. So this kind of people, because they take advantage of their people, they are not well educated, they can tell them anything and they believe it, so they take advantage of that and create problem. And when the Southerners are well educated, we are here preaching unity, and here is talking about the North make the president. Who talks like that? You know? And he calls himself a professor and vice chancellor, chancellor of a university. It's just very annoying. But to hear people like that, people that we know that people will believe him, come and talk rubbish like that, and change people's mind and create problem. That man should be questioned for this kind of statement. Nobody should be making this kind of statement and go scot-free. That's what I want to say.
God bless you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right. If Nigeria is a country that works, yes, Mr. Sylvanus is very right. The man should be behind bars by now. But because the country is full of nepotism practices and all that, nobody will talk to him. So it's crazy, man. Let's move on. I appreciate every one of you. Please help us to like and share. Let's quickly take a minute break with this so that you can share and like, and then we'll move on to the next segment, which we are going to be taking our final submission on Governor Wike. But let's take a quick break. Thank you, my people.
P2B, they do very annoying things. If I be opposition, I go to even verse for him. What be this? Very annoying. What be this? You don't know we have to go from start to the crack am. You decide to make him irrelevant. Now for your head.
You have to have capacity.
Remember when they talk, they no go fit mention in them. At the end of the day.
Obi. Hey! Obi.
The sweetness of beef. Now say you the beef person, the person they reply you. People be not the reply. Very annoying. If you insult and finish, you go interview, you go expect make he insult you back. You go ask her, say opposition, talk this about. What do you have to say? With the hope to insult back, you go say, well, hey! He's my very respected senior brother. Hey! Me. Now that senior brother own. Person they beef you, they respect him. If not me, I go first. The Holy Code. Mamma mia.
Oh my God, that is so funny. That is very, very funny. That is what Peter Obi can really do. You understand, whenever, no matter how they try to talk about that, you know, our principal go say, go say, now my senior brother. And our senior brother, I want to put all of them for prison. Senior brother. Hell, these people never see anything. In fact, if you now see the way Baba Ahmed they talk today, now no say in the verse, he cannot just wait. He can't wait, you know, to take decision so that maybe they run this country how they want just run them. You know, the way they talk today, you will see and say in the verse. You know, may they not worry. We are close. We are very, very close. Meanwhile, let's move on. Let's move on with what we have here. Let's listen to what Daniel Bwala have to say about Governor Wike here.
He said, I'm recruiting 200,000 people. Has he recruited? What is the salary? What is the civil service base in Rivers? How much has he given the people? Go and look at infrastructure. Go and look at schools. So Wike is a great man in the sense of the respect you give to every other person. Wike may have done well for the party in the past, but he has destroyed his legacy. That is, I think that's the summary of it all.
Okay, Waziri Atiku Abubakar was in Enugu State yesterday. He went to Government House. He was received by Governor Ugwanye, but the governor did not show up at the rally. There were also many members of the PDP in that state that didn't come for the rally. And this would seem to confirm the position of the governor of Rivers State, that look, the G5 is not dead, that they are strategizing privately, and that when it comes to election time, the PDP will see the effect of their strategy. Does that bother you? Because you've just been dismissing him. He probably knows something that you don't know.
Something about the G5. Look at Governor Ugwanye, for example. Highly respected and honorable man. He received the party. He received the candidate. His governorship candidate was at our rally. He spoke at the rally. His hand was lifted. He lifted the flag of the party. Governor Ugwanye has demonstrated how you can show protest with dignity, honor, decorum, and integrity. Governor Ugwanye was the first to host the Southeast Stakeholders Forum when we went. Amongst the Jackson 5, it was only Michael Jackson, Wako Jacko. It is the only, okay, if you say you are working privately, so why are you talking? Why don't you just keep quiet and do the private? But he's still the only one talking. In all of his commissioning, he does not talk about policy of the next person he wants to take over the state. He does not talk about certain, he only, when he comes on the mic, the next person is Atiku. When he finished roasting Atiku, he looks at candidate in his state. Look at the vitriol that came out of his mouth yesterday against Abiy Sekibo, the Director General of the campaign there. Now, I am telling you, he will regret by himself when he comes out. He say, oh, I would have done that differently. This, you see, what the power of governors is that once a governor leaves the seat of power, 1 week later, he will see whether he's popular or not. We have seen the movie. There was a governor in Nigeria that was more vociferous than him. 1 week after election, the governor disappeared to the oblivion. Such is life. When you have power, you must exercise the power with dignity and candor and honor. So when you hear him say integrity, it's not integrity. Listen to his accent and pronunciation. He calls it integrity. Integrity is interest-based. Integrity is agenda. You see, and he has destroyed his political future. Let me be very honest. This is a man who is seeking to run for presidency sometime. He has cancelled his image in the entire region of the country and is cancelling in other parts of the country. He is the reason we have Labour Party today, because he frustrated the man in the party.
Okay, Dr. Bala, you said that, two questions for you. The first thing, you said that it was Wike that frustrated Mr. Peter Obi out of the PDP, hence the reason why we have him running on the Labour Party's, as a flag bearer of the Labour Party for the presidential elections. I'd like you to expound on that, please. How did Governor Wike frustrate Mr. Peter Obi in the party? And has he frustrated other members like that? I'd like you to just explain to Nigerians a bit further.
Why? What is the premise of my submission that Peter Obi left the party? Before now, the party, while they were planning for the primaries, there was this internal, I wouldn't use the word agitation, but internal advocacy for the power to shift to the south, and people felt it should shift to the southeast. That started growing, the conversation. It started reverberating to the point where Atiku said to the party that if the party was inclined to zoning, he is of the view it should be zoned to the southeast or northeast, because these are the two geopolitical zones that have not benefited. And that if it was zoned to the southeast, he was not going to contest. Meanwhile, Governor Wike, who has interest in running for the president, started by ensuring he removed secondaries before that time. And then during this time of the advocacy and conversation, Governor Wike ensured that the committees that were formed to deliberate on the structure of the party leadership as well as the structure of the presidential, he ensured that these people came out with a finding that would support his ambition. So they came up at the party structure level that the chairmanship, whether should go to the north or thereabout, because he was thinking that if the chairman comes to the north, it is natural that the candidate will come to the south. When it came to the presidential election, he ensured that the outcome left the thing open because of the growing conversation that it should be zoned to the southeast when the decision is agreed that it will go to the south. So, and when Governor Peter Obi saw that it was thrown to the open, he knew he couldn't challenge gladiators in the party, and so he left. But if you even go deeper at Anambra state level, you could see that ordinarily Peter ought to have been the leader of the party in Anambra. All you need is to just Google and you will see how Peter Obi was frustrated by the command and control of Governor Wike. So that is the premise for saying that he frustrated the man out of the party. I doubt if Governor Wike, in his practice of law, he has amassed up to 5 million naira before he joined politics. Everything he has, he owes it to the party. And there were people in the state that were far better than him. He benefited from the grace of God and the grace of the party. And today, he's saying he's the Alpha and Omega. We have resisted military interregnum and junta. He is a civilian. If I have to use the term of the military, I would say he's a bloody civilian. He's incapacitated. Atiku can go to that state and conduct rally, and it will be fire for fire. But is that what we are out for? How can we say we want to unite and recover Nigeria and then we'll go to a community that is toxic, that it will lead to the death of lives? If it is popularity, let us wait for the election and let the outcome speak. And let me tell you, for the bragging governors who say, oh, in 20 so and so, I delivered this number. These were days when you could manipulate the vote. We're talking about beavers. If PDP does not get a landslide victory, Labour will get a vote, but his own APC will not get presidential vote in Rivers. They are not stupid, though. So this is the summary of it all. He is driven by his ambition. But look at Adolf Hitler. All the people on earth whose ambition drove them to the extent that he is going, their end story is always a horrible one.
Wow. Daniel Boala finished Wike for there. Okay, let's take another 1 minute break so we can talk on this as a closing remark. Thank you very much, everybody. Please continue to share and like. Support us with dollar. The dollar is right there in the comment section. Click on it. Encourage what we do here. God bless you all.
I don't still know why some people are going against the CBN rules. Government, when me fail. Government, CBN governor give us the rules that we should go with, that we should abide with. Governor even said,
all right. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate you all. Okay, I would like us to start all over again. I'm going to be starting with Son of Ma. Son of Ma, is your turn. Let's do for 5 minutes this time to round up. Please, what is your take on this last video we played?
Okay, this last Daniel Boala.
Yes, yes. 5 minutes.
Daniel Boala Not. He's a stupid man. You understand? He's an educated. I excuse my language, but he's an educated blood fool.
Don't use those words, please. Thank you.
Okay. Let me regulate it. Daniel Bwala, at the time PDP primaries was going on, you were in APC. How come you now know exactly what transpired in PDP that made Peter Obi to leave PDP and go to Labour? And you are narrating it on air, with emphasis. Meanwhile, you were in APC. You were still a spokesperson of the APC people at that time. You see, these people like Daniel Bwala that lack integrity, educated, bloody mongons, I call them. You think that you have wisdom, you have nothing to stand for. We are okay with Wike. We are very, very okay with Wike. Okay? Wike, if it was not because of Wike, PDP would have been a dead party. When Atiku lost election in 2019 and ran to relocated to Dubai, Wike stood, or 2015, Wike stood and built that party. And you think his political career is dead? Have you held any political position before Daniel Bwala, other than being appointed to come and speak nonsense and talk and lies? See, I don't take people like Daniel Bwala very seriously. The reason why I'm upset with someone like Daniel Bwala is because this guy happened to be one of the minorities from the north. And when the APC, clearly degraded the Christians of the north, this guy jumped shifts and went back to PDP. You see that this is a guy that is all about stomach infrastructure, what he can eat, what he can feed. He doesn't have principles. He doesn't have bearing. In fact, he's called anywhere belly face. So, but we are fine. We are okay with the obedience. Our eyes are on the ball. Our eyes on that day. We are looking forward to casting our vote to Papa Mama Pikin. LP with your index finger. Because I cannot wait to see a new Nigeria. So that the likes of Daniel Bwala, Fani, FFK, and all of them, we can begin to address them head on, legally, according to the rule of law. Because I know that P2B, his government, we give the institution strength so that they can stand. And one of the reasons, let me divert a little bit, one of the reasons this northern elite are fighting is because they know that if someone like P2B and Datti enter, they will so raise the bar, they will so raise the standard that before you can enter into that arena, you must, be credible. And if that should be the case, only very few people from that region will meet up with that requirement. And that is why they will do everything possible to scuttle our efforts. But I want to rest my submission by tapping from what that he said. We will meet at the poll. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, my brother. I have a caller right here. Thank you very much, madam, for calling in. Please talk to us.
Hello. Good evening, Nigeria Watch, and good evening to all the panelists.
Thank you.
And all the commenters as well. I just wanted to make a little contribution to the topic.
Okay, go ahead.
That is being discussed. I kind of wanted to say something about the comment that was made by that northerner. You see, this was one of the reasons why people were not very happy the way they acted regarding what that pastor did on the pulpit. They were quick to take action because he's not a northerner. But you see, most of these northern politicians will come and make comments that are capable of threatening the security of the country, the unity of the country. And nobody can even call them out for making such comments. Even the mainstream media are not going to say anything about it. But if it's a southerner that makes such a comment, you will see how everybody is going to attack that man for making that comment. Just like what they did to that pastor. I'm not in support of what that pastor did. But it's obvious that the justice system in Nigeria favors a particular part of Nigeria. When people come out to make such comments that are capable of, being a threat to the security of the country and the unity of that country, and nobody questions them, then when it's a part, somebody from a different part of the country did something, they are very quick to act and condemn other. So there's no equal justice. I mean, there's nobody that we hear. I grew up in the northern part of Nigeria. I was born there. And I know that majority of the northerners are not like that. It's mostly the political leaders that are like that. Most of the northerners just want to have a good life like every other Nigerian. But obviously their leaders are just the people manipulating them for their own selfish reason.
Yeah.
I know he's not speaking for the entire North. I was born there. I have friends that are northerners. And I can tell you a lot of the northerners there are very nice people. They just want a good life like every other Nigerian. So it's mostly their political leaders that are doing all of deceiving them and doing all of these things just for their own selfish interests. So that's just my own
Thank you so much.
contribution.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nigeria World.
God
And
bless
keep
you.
up the good work
Thank you so
that
much.
you're doing.
Thank you. All right then. Bye. All right. Prince Collins. Good evening to you, Prince Collins. Please talk to us in 2
Hello.
minutes. Yeah.
Hello.
Thank you. Boss.
Okay.
2 minutes.
Okay. Well, I was about entry, but there's no space. I'll be trying. I listened to. Okay, maybe after this now. I listened to CM, Mr. CM, when he was speaking. I've been listening. Pertaining to what is happening in Edo. If we look at what is going on right now, it is very, very easy to analyze, vividly the outcome of the tension of these politicians. If you look at Edo as a nation, they've already made every single politician there know that they are for Obi. The Edo people, they are very, very rigid when it comes to decision making. They've already made even the governor of Edo State, Baseki, to know that they are already obedient. So I think what is happening right now, the Edo people cannot be so nasty to the extent that they will go, set the bank on fire. The Edo, I think the South, the Edo, pardon me to use this word, we are one of the most civilized people there. We cannot be so stupid to go and set the bank that have our financial assets on fire. It's a plan. It's a plan work to make sure that election does not hold in that state. That is, I'm telling you that it's a serious, manipulation by the politicians that know that they've already lose. Most especially the PDP governor, know that he has already lose Edo State. He's not going to deliver that state for PDP. Even when he went to when he went to Delta State for campaign in Delta, when he told them the question, I asked them certain questions. They told him no. He said they do send him message. They said no. So he was even misinterpreting, confusing himself there. He already know that he has lose election. So he want to cause confusion so that he can create a state of anarchy there so that election will not hold. He will fail. That's what they are doing. It's not the other people are so wise. They are wiser than that to go and set financial houses on fire. They are very intelligent to know that this is their source of income. That is where the naira that enter, the foreign currency that enter Edo is through the bank. They cannot be so stupid to that extent. It's a plan. It's a plan work. You'll see it later on that people that are doing these things, God will bring them out. It's not the Edo people that are actually doing this thing. So that's exactly what I want to say. The Edo are not so stupid to that extent that they will set financial houses on fire. They are more civilized than that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Okay. Callers, please hold on. I'm back to my panelist now so that we can move on. I'd like to move on to Tiobala. Thank you very much for your patience. I'd like you to talk to us. Final remark, 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much, Nigeria. I would like to touch on this Wike space. With Boala also saying Wike political career is dead. I would like to second that, because if Wike is not careful, his own political career will be dead, and will be dead for life. The reason why I'm saying all these things is that Wike claim is doing what he's doing for the people of Nigeria. Now, secretly, we are hearing that he's working for Tinubu. Why? And the people of River State have made a bold statement. Polls have been conducted in River. I've seen many people coming out of River. They are all, majority of them, 90% or more, are yearning for the person of Peter Obi. And you want to work against the interests of River State people. That is the aspect I'm coming out from. If Peter Obi eventually, just when he win, not if, definitely they are going to rise against him. And if we find out that he work against us in River State, the River State people will work against him come governorship election and many others. So he will not have a PDP to go back to. Even if he go back, the name Wike will be dead, because he's not fighting. We not believe that he's not fighting for his own political or personal interest. That is the aspect I'm coming out from. If you want to revive his own political career, or if you want to remain relevant in the political space, he should work along the interests of the Nigerian people, especially the interests of River State people, who they are calling out for, which is the person of Peter Obi. Working on that grant for Tinubu or whatever, based on what the feeler, based on what I'm hearing, is not going to augur well for him. With that, the political career will be dead on arrival, and is going to. And I believe he should take lesson from what the people are saying right now. Even people are calling out in River State as we are speaking today. Going back to Edo State, because that is really more concern for me right now. Because there was some videos or some people discussion I listened to some days ago. Peter Obi planned a movement around Edo State today or so to visit some area and all of that. There were some people who were ready, because of what they did to Oshomole in Edo State, that they are going to destroy Peter Obi's plan and all of that visiting. But I don't know. It's just a speculation. But I just want to use this opportunity to beg the people of Edo State. This is not a time for us to go and start vandalizing public facilities. We have been doing it all over the year. It has not yielded us any good results. The idea of protesting is good, but we should try to shun violence. We should try to shun the aspect of destroying public property, destroying people's car. It's not the way out. The authority or the CBN governor, whatever, or the people that are in charge, they know what they are doing. The people are really in pain. They are feeling the pain. I call people back home. They don't have access to money. Yes. Even my own family are feeling it as well. But that should not give them the reason why they should be going and be killing or destroying another person's property. Please, let's trade with caution. We just have few days left. Just 10 days left. If we allow politicians to micromanage this activity, it's going to rub on us again. So that we will not fall onto the prey of this. Okay, how many riots have you seen? Like now, the northern space is calming down right now, or it has already calmed down already, because they want to gather votes. All these Ango, Abdullahi, and all of that for the person of Atiku. We the Satan have to learn a lesson from this. If the power did not shift back to the south, first of all, before we start considering coming back to the east, it's going to be detrimental to us, and that nation will not stand again. And if Peter Obi did not get this, win this election, or anybody from the south did not win this election, it's going to be detrimental. We want to trade the caution, especially people of Edo State. Please, we don't have the apparatus, we don't have the equipment to fight the police. They don't have law. They will shoot at you. They will kill you for no reason. Nobody will come for us. Please, let's trade with caution. Let's calm down a bit. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, my brother. All right. Victor, Mr. Victor, please talk to us. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, Mr. Najawo, thank you once again. Can you hear me?
Yes, very clear.
You see, Tiobala, I sometimes I get tired about that. Why, Mr. Tiobala? Do you know you have just forgotten? Again, you say Nigerians always forget. You yourself, you have just forgotten. I'm trying to remind you. No political career, they die. You don't see a vampire, they die. What did they keep vampire? Not be light, sunlight. It's only Peter Obi that can finish all of them political career. No other person. How they talk like vampire? Who they keep vampire? If you shook and cut your hand, you go to waka. If you cut your neck, you go see the waka come with you. So no political career, they die. These people, if Obi no enter, their career no go ever die. They go continue to vampire us. So you know, okay, Atiku political career go die. Nobody you talk the last time he go die if he come up PDP. He this waiting. This guy don't tell him. Baba Yabo. He say he don't kill his career. Blah blah. Who rise up again? The same vampire. And they come contest for presidency. He die. Make I count him. There plenty you. Make I count him for you. This guy's political career will never die until Peter Obi the light come. And when the light come, shine upon vampire, he go melt, he go scatter for ground. That's the only thing that will kill them. So that by the wayside.
Sorry, we are saying the same thing now.
No, we are not saying the same thing.
We are
not saying the same thing.
You mentioned my name, I have to respond to you. It's very important.
We are not saying the same thing. I just remind you that these people no go die. They no go die if Peter Obi no enter. They no go die.
What I'm saying, so that you will not go and misquote me. I said, Wike, if he eventually walk under for Tinubu and Peter Obi eventually win, where is he going to run to? A political career will die. That's what I said.
Okay, let me tell you now. Allegedly, let us be reminded to say allegedly, because he has not come out openly to say he's supporting this man. So politicians, 1 minute is very big for them. Politicians are like prostitutes. So keep down until I see Wike at that dead end. Say, now this way they go before I will believe anybody. I was once playing politics. I know what they can do.
God bless you. I know they like where they come.
So all this one they say Wike now strong man. I like what Wike they do woto. Remember when Wike was vying for second term, they give him woto. They kill many of PDP people. That person where he killed, their political career don't die. He never died. They see the fight. So by that one by the wayside, you see Boala. This thing don't reach where I go to speak broken now. Boala, that man called Boala, that guy is educated illiterate. Do you know why now I tell you people that you can study the constitution and interpret it for yourself if you want to? You see, he's a lawyer. You have son. All of them are there. The same lawyer will come and tell you that that has been lying. We come and interpret constitution. You shake your head. Yes, that's son. That is why I don't respect them, because they all be corrupted to the Supreme Court. That is why I told you, you people, we should be aware of the constitution, and we should be aware of these vampires. They are liars. What made Peter Obi to opt out is that he knew that the vampire has come. And when they are fighting, the only way you can do, you just separate yourself from them, because corruption at its peak has arrived in PDP and their assistant APC. So why should you stay there? Will you stay there if you have a vision for your country? You can't stay there. That division that Peter Obi have is what led him to pull out. That he cannot stand here. If he stay here, he cannot actualize his vision for the country because of the love of the nation he has. That's why he pull out. So nobody should come and tell me about all those things. Boala, what Wike is doing, I love it. Nobody, Wike is going to win. Wike is going to win PDP all around in Port Harcourt. Nobody feel come out in leg. If Atiku dare him, let him go to PDP. What he's saying, but if Atiku dare him, let him go and fight the state if he will survive it. So we should learn this. These people are just saying they are lawyers. They will come and bragado us. No lawyer can bragado me. I stand gidigba. I did train myself on many things apart from the course I read. I train myself on other things. So we should be abreast with everything. And for the Edo State, State is a loving state. They are intelligent. Nothing. Those are concentrated by politicians.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Ivy, just a minute, please.
Okay.
In 2019, I voted in Ubowo, S&T Barrack. You know what these political leaders are doing? Like we can have almost about 200 SA or whatever they appointed recently. They will mad them in different polling units. They are the ones to use to buy votes. They will not come on air to tell you they are working for anybody. My whole point is this. For the interest of the general public or for the interest of Nigeria, if you really love your nation, work publicly for the interest of the nation. No, see, what this Wike might likely do, if he work for Tinubu, he will use all those people to go and infiltrate all those polling units. I know what they do. So it's easier to tell people vampire, whatever. But most importantly, if they work against the interest of the people, their political career will die if Peter Obi eventually win. That is all. Or when he win.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like us to hear from Omo Yeskona. Omo Yeskona, please, 5 minutes, talk to us.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
So with regards to this Daniel Bwala's interview, I think that he said a lot. He exposed a lot without, us doing too much of the work. What he's basically saying is telling us that, okay, this is the reason why Peter Obi left their so-called party, which is clear to everybody anyway, right? So right now, what I see with this ancient political parties, these dead political parties that we have, is that they're grasping at straws, And somebody, I think it was that comedian that said they didn't want to mention Peter Obi's name for the longest time, but now they wake up with his name. Hey, talk about power. They sleep without mentioning anytime they want to seem relevant, they must hashtag his name. If you go on Twitter and you listen or you go to their pages, their different pages, they're always at the bottom. They always put in his name, the same man that they said they could not mention. I'm not going to waste my time with all of these people because what they are doing is that they're just trying to make themselves relevant at the tail end of this election. The only people I have business talking to is the Southerners. Now they use the weakest amongst us to deal with us. Now we need to get sense, wake up, smell the coffee. Southwest, southeast, south, all of it. Whatever else is left in the south. If you don't know what is going on, I don't know what else to tell you. I'm not trying to. I'm not a tribalistic person. I deal with people based on individuals. It's what you present to me that I would either take or dish back to you. I'm talking about now that we know some of the sentiments that these people are echoing. What are you going to do about it? Are you going to sit on your tribalism or your religion? I know Peter Obi is going to win. There's no shadow of doubt. Consistently, the polls are very clear. He's going to win. Religion and tribe needs to be swept to the back. Nobody should be sending anybody's religion or tribe anymore. If you want to practice your religion, practice it inside your bedroom. Don't bring it outside. We don't care what God you are serving. Do it in your bedroom quietly, because we see the damage it has done to us as a people. We see it's so clear. It is deafening. Now, I remember a time in Nigeria where you had people from different parts of the states, different parts of the north, south, being governors. A northern person would be a governor in the east. Another person from this west, southwest would be a governor in the south. Gone are those days. We need to remember that we're people first and foremost. Before you're a tribe, you're a human being. Tribe is just what you were born into. It's your ancestral line. There's nothing you can do about it. And it's all this division, which they have used for so long to keep us divided so we don't know the truth. We do not serve ourselves when we come here and we are trying to go against ourselves. We need to focus on the goal. We need someone with common sense, and we already have that person. All we should be concerned with right now is getting him there fully seated. That's what we need to be doing. All these other issues, and I do agree with everyone that has echoed the sentiments of, I think it's Teobala that said, Edo people, please calm down. This is not the time. I beg una. I know it is hurtful. I know what you're going through. Me self get people back home. I understand the struggle, but we only have a few days. I beg, make una shields, una swords, make una put everything back. I beg, na beg with the beg. We only have a few days to go. Make this election over. I beg una. All of us, we need sanity in our lives. We need sanity at home. In order to have a wholesome life, we need to have sanity all round. I beg una, there's a bigger fight. Let's focus on getting Peter the Rock Obi in. Please. That's all I'm going to say. And thank you very much, Mr. Elvis.
Thank you very much, Shomo. Yes, Kona. God bless you. Thank you. All right. Mr. Shooks Obibueze, talk to us. You have 5 minutes. God bless you, sir. Okay. I'm not sure you're there.
Okay, yes. Let me.
Okay, let me go. Let me move on with Madarita. Madarita, please talk to us 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much. God bless everyone in this panel that has spoken, and God bless you especially. God bless everybody, including you, Niger Watch. I totally agree with what Mr. Victor said. Totally. There's a name that I think after Peter the Rock Obi, I would say Peter, the last vampire slayer of Nigeria. I think that should be like a title for him too. He's the last one. He's the last one. I just feel so. I'm not saying he's better than anybody, but in terms of slaying all the, when I mean slay, I don't mean to kill somebody, for somebody misinterpret me. I mean he's the one to pack all of them and put them where they belong, and that's the slammers. Jail, that's where they belong to. So we can get some sanity. I love it when I see the Siamese twins, and their surrogates fighting, having the cat fighting naked in the market square. It's lovely because according to Kenneth Okonkwo, you should be debating who failed more. And that is what they are doing. They are debating who failed more. And we see it every day, and more things are being revealed. And I'm so elated. I'm so happy. They should stop crying wolf about who opened the stadium or who is fighting who. They're all crying wolf. At the end of the day, it's for themselves. And, Daniel Bola said something. They said, Wike will regret what he's doing. I would like to say, Daniel Bola, you will regret doing what you are doing for PDP, doing what you are doing for Mikano. Because when Peter the Rock Obi comes to Aso Rock, the Aso Villa, and sits down in that oval office or square office, I don't know the shape of the office, you will regret why you ever even supported the PDP or even Mikano, because you will be thrown into the slammers as well. I just want to conclude by this, because everybody has said everything. When you talk about people's political career, I mean, looking at Mikano, for example, I mean, his political career from 1999 to date, people would say, he left here, he swapped in and swapped back, and Dubai and whatever. People were claiming he has lost his political career, but here he is again. The ugly head of the vampire has come out again, and people are even shouting, Megida, Ranka Dede. That's what's happening now. So as long as you have money in this kind of evil system that we have, as long as you have money, the political will, and then you have people that you control, and those people I'm talking about are the people that have the boys that have whatever it is that they have, your political career will not be dead. Trust me, it will not be dead. Nigerian people are very easy people to govern. Very easy. And they forgive easily. So until Peter the Rock Obi, the last vampire slayer, gets into Aso Rock Villa, none of these players, their political career would not die. Take it or leave it. Thank you very much, and have a very good evening. Lastly, please, I would urge everyone, whoever you know in Nigeria, just listen to me attentively. Please, I am begging you, in the name of whatever it is that you believe in, I am begging you, please. Tell your people that when they get to the ballot, they should look for LP, even if you have to say LP in your native language. At least some people know RBD, they know L and P. That is what you will see, because people will look at apart from the L and P, Mama, Papa, and Peking. Remember, there's another party that has human beings in it too. So please, L and P, tell your mama. Let me go down to Pidgin. Una mama, Papa, and those ones who are going to vote, say, Mama, please look for letter L and letter P, letter L, letter P. That is what she will see, or he will see on the ballot paper, because it's for alphabet L and P. Mama, Papa, and P can be confused with the other one that has human beings too.
Can I say something
Why are you
quickly?
laughing? This is serious business, so I'm not laughing. It's serious.
No, I'm not laughing,
Which other one has Mama?
Rita, I think they've been informed that when you on the day of voting, anybody giving you ballot paper, you can ask them, say, look, where is that symbol for P2B? They will show you, because it's not rigging.
That would not work. It would not work.
No, they won't allow
allowed.
the secret ballot. They said the secret ballot.
Yeah, okay, you can secret ballot. This is Nigeria. Let us not look at it like we don't know our people. We don't know how Nigeria is. We don't know the atmosphere. So many people are going to vote, but a lot of people have fear in their heart already, because Nigeria is already blowing up little by little. So let us start it from home. At least before they get to that place, they won't have to ask anyone. You know, even if they have to ask somebody if that could even happen, at least they would be educated on letter L. I am using the native Madam Iye letter L. If it's your mother, your father, or people that so L and P, even if you have to tell them to draw it, because right now I know a lot of people have donated. Like when our sister came in yesterday, to talk about donation. I know a lot of people I know very much well that have donated from the diaspora for this. But you know what? When it comes to politics, a lot of people, money is never enough. Money, even in the US, money is never enough when it comes to politics. So even if all of us now in this panel, all of us watching, even if we donated 1 million naira, it is still not enough, because Nigeria is a large country. There's a lot of places that we need to go. There's a lot of education. There's a lot of language transfer.
God, so thank you very much for it. I'm sorry for interjecting with you. Sorry. I want to say, Mr. CM, congratulations. Congratulations. Okay. I saw a DR on your name there.
Yeah.
Okay, doctor. Okay, he's a doctor now. Dr.
Don't
PM.
Not just to make.
Okay.
No, you don't take.
Okay,
not just.
I am going somewhere. I am going somewhere. This is serious stuff now.
Okay, but please let Margarita round up, please.
Yes, please. I do not want to be interrupted, because this is a serious information. I just want to advise, if somebody's giving a serious information, please do not interrupt, because you are spoiling the trail. With all due respect, please. It is LP. Teach them it's LP. If you say Mama, Papa, you can add that about Mama, Papa, and Peking, but please, those letters are very large on the ballot. If you look at the ballot, the alphabets are very large. So some people don't even wear glasses to see the Mama, Papa, and Peking is very small on the circle. So they should look for LP, letter L and P. Please, Biko Ejo. I don't know how to speak again. I am begging people. I am begging people. L and P. Anybody listen to the sound of my voice is L and P. Teach your people at home. It is very necessary. Okay. I don't know how they say L and P in Igbo or Hausa, but please, it's very important. No. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like us to hear from the next person here. I beg, make una help us share. The likes is stagnant. Can we take the likes to 300? We have 273 there. Can we take it to 300, please? If you're watching us, if you can hear my voice, if you can see us, that means you can see the like and the thumbs up. Other words, please help us. Press them. All these wonderful informations my panelists are giving here, Madam Rita stressing LP. This information needs to go far.
LUP, Mr. Elvis, I bet not talk LUP for the people who know. You know now our mama for inside market.
Okay, LEP.
As a matter of fact, maybe we should even draw it. Okay. Those of you draw it and send it as a WhatsApp message. Draw the picture so they remember that L and P, and they just vote and they just leave. Please.
Okay.
I have a question. Properly, me, I don't know.
Mrs. Rita, please. There is no other political party that have another human being there. There's no. It's only Labour Party.
No, there is.
Okay. All right.
The question I want to raise is if on the day of the please, just a question, please. If on the day of voting, somebody wears like a T-shirt or anything with any party, is it forbidden? I don't know.
No, it's forbidden. Yes.
Is it prohibited?
It's prohibited.
Yes, because
okay,
the campaign,
okay.
the campaign is already over.
Okay,
it's prohibited.
over.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, the next person we have here that needs to talk to us now. Let me give opportunity for Chibuzo Adi. Please talk to us. Your 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Mr. Najawad. Thank you once again. The whole idea on our election is something that Nigerians need to, decide their fate this time around, because I don't see the reason why we say we are doing a election, and the election is something that is making people engage in the system, making people to believe in the leadership they are going to, invest their power in. So, but when it comes to that time, that moment, we're supposed to be transparent. We make it secret. And on the process of making this in secret, we have follow-up, or we have flop all the time. I don't know the reason why we should be campaigning for secret ballot. We should be making election very clean and open. Everybody vote his conscience. That is when you say, now I vote my conscience. Not in the secret ballot. Because when you do a secret ballot, that means you are advocating for criminality.
Is open ballot, secret voting. Open ballot, secret voting.
Okay, secret voting. Yeah, those are the whole idea. Because at the end of the day, secret voting is a criminal act, because that is when criminal can be able to manipulate movement. So if we want to do a credible election, Nigeria should be transparent in everything, especially in that process, because this is what concerns where our downfall or our rise up. If we don't do all those things and we're busy speaking all kind of grammar and we're not doing the right thing, this is when we're supposed to do the right thing. So it's a very a big mistake we are going to do, and I don't welcome that. We should be advocating for that very open voting, so that people can vote. But let me go back to that old man that spoke last time. The only thing is this not they are just putting in their ballot paper. That is something that if we, the South, including the Southwest, we just unite and said, okay, now let us talk only about South. Are we going to stand together? And this is one of the things our political elite in the South are not picking up when these people are using this kind of separatist language into the Nigerian system. And that is why you see all this manipulation is going on, and they are the one giving all this CBN order in high closed door. They will be coming and, practice those laws that we think that is effective. And when it is against them, they will not implement it. You see that man that is, the man that preaching with the AK-47, if Nigerian system did not handle that matter very seriously, that will be escalate to terrorism. If he doesn't know, that man got a followers, if he doesn't understand. So they have to tread with caution. It's not everything that we need to use force to do. And that man, his anger, it's not about, I don't see him talking about defending your faith. You have to defend this election we are going. It's all about also your faith. That man is very angry. It's just because he's in a pulpit and he was addressing the loyalists, and that can lead to escalation of violence. That is, I'm just against the way he's taking the whole thing. But the way we understand him is a completely different. The man is very angry. He's not happy. If a Muslim, Nigeria is the only country a Muslim can go to mosque and carry AK-47 and preach. Now a Christian can still go in the pulpit of the altar and they preach with AK-47. This you can see that this is abnormal behavior into the system. These Kabarians are bringing into our life in Nigeria. And this is what we are suffering. And we don't want to, make sure that we get rid of all this kind of nonsense these people are using to manipulate the system. Everything they have to do you must take order from someone. And this is not how the government system works. Now they are saying about the independent, the HCBN is independent from the judiciary. That is because these are process of the system, and the judiciary is the all. Whatever decision the judiciary call you in order, address the issue. They're just there. That's why they are the judiciary. They have to be there for the people and make sure that even though we are not right, we can still amend it. That is why there is a human being there. It doesn't mean that whatever they said will remain there forever. You understand? Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thank you, sir. God bless you. Thank you. Okay, I'd like us to hear from Mr. CM. Mr. CM, please use your 5 minutes now.
Okay, thank you, Niger Watch. I think as we are winding down in the sense that we are less than 10 days anyway to February 25th. Probably by this time next week, towards the end of next week, we'll be knowing how far. So I will urge everybody, first of all, Niger Watch, a very big kudos to you. Thank you, because the high point of what you've been preaching will be on 25th. So that is there you will hear the fruits, how people will rate you, because I know your studio will be on 24 hours before then, and I will be popping in. Thank God, at least my internet is being friendly with me now, so we'll be here together.
I wanted to ask
news.
you what is happening.
I don't know whether it's, I've already commissioned somebody in Lagos, somebody in the East. They will be giving me feedback as it happens. Then I will be relaying it through the WhatsApp forum. I will be relaying it and then be mentioning. I think other people will also do the same. In fact, it's like we are fighting for our independence all over again. I wasn't around in 1960 where people said on that day they were hoisting the green, white, green and lowering the Union Jack. People were happy. So that 25th, because this is the election of a consequence. The whole world is waiting on Nigeria. Everybody is listening to know what the direction Nigerians will take. Of course, we all know that P2B is already on the lead. The essence of all this opinion poll they are doing, it is just to guide memory, because without it, they are going to rig it and come up with anything. And as we've all noticed, now that we are getting close to February 25th, all of them are fizzling out. They are faltering. Wike versus whatever they are doing, I don't care. Napoleon Bonaparte say if your enemy is making mistake, don't stop him. So let them continue. Boala versus Wike is even entertaining why P2B is penetrating the nook and crannies and repeating where he has been before to reassure people. Which brings me to this idea, voter education. We've preached it a lot here, but we can never stop preaching. Even if 24th, we can still be saying it. It is LP, Papa, Mama, Pikin. Whatever it is, all it takes is say a day before you see the photograph. Some people have it posters in their houses. You look at it. The next day, you know what you see in your distance. Then you go there and vote. I don't think the percentage of error, people that will miss it, might not be much because it's been drowned on them, and then that is the swan song of everywhere. So I'm quite confident, within human limits anyway, that we coast home to victory. The fears we are nursing that people might not know, it may turn out that in the end they prove us wrong, that a lot of people know the logo to vote in, even those you may not think that they won't be able to identify it. However, we must continue. I believe those people who said we must continue to hammer it on to them that this is LP, Papa, Mama, Pikin. That is what you are going to put your finger on. And then the pattern of voting again is not, you must not make the whole thumb. If it doesn't mean just a little ink you touch in that box. It is better the ink is little there in that box than for you to touch any of the lines so that they do not say it's invalid. So the moment you make it a little inside that box, it's okay. Then that means that is a vote for P2B, as long as the election is voting is concerned. And again, the happiness, because I'm now looking beyond the February 25th. I'm always optimistic. The happiness, a new dawn. It's like people are the chain will be loosened because whatever I keep saying that, even if whatever I don't know what Peter B may do or whatever he may not do, but there are ones I know that the fact that Peter B has been elected is enough to change the political thinking of Nigerians and then the way the Western world will see us. Because he's not going to steal your money, he has shown it. One thing I think what Datti said today that caught my attention and I will take it to heart is he said he is the only person out of 360 member house or senators. They were told the House of Legislators, they were told you can buy this, it's official. But he said no, he doesn't want. It's only him. Just like Peter B will say, it's only me. It's a governor that doesn't take land. So that tells you the type of people that they won't tamper with your treasury. And if they won't tamper with your treasury, not interested in amassing wealth for themselves, it means that they are willing to prosecute. They won't tolerate it. Peter B has shown that example. So in a nutshell, I won't belabor too much. We are happy. Niger Watch, just why I have to say this is that, so that day you take a solid breakfast. I will also take a solid breakfast. Me, no, yawa. We start here in the morning till maybe Sunday morning. Hopefully, nobody will sleep. People can come in and go out. That day, I hope nothing will stop me. I won't have anything to take me away. We'll be here. We'll be analyzing it. Any news, we'll be researching, visiting different sites, bringing it up to people where there are chaos. We will also report it. But then, I pray that because of what Nigerians want, it will go smoothly because this is like people saying no to servitude once and for all. I pray that the voice of reason, the darkness, the darkness must give way to light starting from that day. I've already had the premonition that the moment P2B is declared winner, nobody will even go to Supreme Court. Nobody will take up a court case because this victory will be so clear that any region you go to, P2B is in the lead. He made the requirement, exceeded it. So where are you going on to say? And then the people, the Nigerian people, even those that did not even vote for him, we now look back and say, this is the man that there is no need. Let us continue. Not just with the suffering Nigerians are going through, be a build up to the election day. People should exercise patience. Let them take this annoyance, their vehemence, let them take it to the polling booth. That day they say, look, because of this Naira, because of this PVC, because of all these idiots, these thieves must go away. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, my people, before we move on, because we have two persons left here now, Prince Collins and Tony Africa. But before that, there's a breaking news. Although it's not verified yet, but this is a platform where is a verifiable platform, but not a mainstream platform. Obaseki calls for an immediate arrest of Comrade Adams Oshomole in Edo State. A couple of days ago, Oshomole mobilized his thugs, his dogs, his criminals, his killers, to intimidate the obedient in Edo State. And you all know that the desperation of Tinubu and his cohorts, which include the same Oshomole that came from Edo State, happened just a couple of days ago here. As you also know that Oshomole, Tinubu have been pressuring Buhari over this Naira redesign. So now, within 3 days, of Oshomole putting together his thugs to intimidate the Edo people, the obedient in Edo State, today riots engulfed in Edo State. Banks have been set ablaze. Cars have been destroyed. And somebody have died. For me, before we started this broadcast today, the first thing that came to my mind is that they should hold Oshomole responsible for this. But I'm happy now that if this is true, then Governor Obaseki, should make sure he press for Oshomole to be arrested. Exactly. I don't understand. Why is these people above the law? That's what I'm saying. Why?
This one are Rambo 2, Rambo 2.
What is happening? I don't get it. He should be arrested. Because this is Obaseki orders arrest of Oshomole for mobilizing thugs to attack banks, private businesses in Edo State over Naira scarcity. Okay, let me read what we have here. Like I said before, it's a classified platform, but not a mainstream platform. So we're going to leave everything still on allegedly for now until tomorrow morning. Remember, any breaking news comes from us and our sister platform before it goes to mainstream media. If you are following up, most of the things we talk about here, 24 hours later before I rise and channels now get to talk about it. So meanwhile, Edo State Governor Obaseki has ordered the swift arrest of his predecessor Adams Oshomole for mobilizing thugs to vandalize banks, disrupt the peace of the state under the guise of protesting the new Naira scarcity. The governor gave the order on Wednesday through the state commissioner for communication and orientation, Chris Neihare. Unquote, we have been around the city all day speaking with some of the protesters, and we have done our investigations. We discovered that it is more than meets the eyes, said Mr. Neihare. At this junction, we will like to call on security agencies to call Adams Oshomole for questioning or immediate arrest. He should be arrested and made to account for this, for his movement in the last few days, especially here in Benin City. Unquote, and I continue, Oshomole deliberately instigated the protest of the people. The commissioner said, I know people will think the protest is as a result of lack of Naira note, but even if that is the case, Nigerians should know which political party is involved, because it is ironic the political party that is responsible for this policy is the same party sending people to destroy PDP billboards. The commissioner added, Oshomole, a former national chairman of the All Progressive Party APC, had secured the ticket of the party to contest for the Edo North senatorial seat. He must be arrested with immediate velocity. For me, if this happens, I will be very, very happy. That's why Nasi say, if I want to talk this kind of news, I dey turn my camera on for these people to know, say, me not they carry the talk because I feel now. So everybody get the way it day. As far as I'm concerned, Governor Obaseki is under my own father. I don't want to go there. So as far as me I'm concerned, he's a governor, fine. But we don't want to go there. But as far as I'm concerned,
Mr. Najawash.
Yeah.
Mr. Najawash. For your own mind, you think say that governor, that one who you see for that governor office, if he got arrest Oshomole?
My brother, let's generalize this. Don't talk about the governor alone. Let's generalize it. Why is it that the law in Nigeria and the prison, to be precise, in Nigeria is not for these satanic PDP APC people, but it's for the commoners? Let's take it from there. We talked about Bullion Van the other day. A lunatic came to arise saying that the Bullion Van missed his way to Tinubu's house. If the system is working, my brothers and sisters, that man should be in jail by now.
Permission to make an
money misroad.
Public deception. You said what?
Permission to make an observation.
Yes, go
as
ahead.
An aside. I want to ask my Edo brothers and sisters, with due respect to our other brothers from other parts of the country, why be say area ne honrion, area ne when they war for face, as they war for face, now so their mind be. Why be say now we the elect as Governor Biko? We get many fine.
It's not even by
people say area ne war honrion, area ne war honrion.
It's not about that, please.
Let me answer you so that we can move on. It's a straightforward answer. Please mute yourself. Thank you, everybody. It's a straightforward answer, Yes Corner. Nepotism have hit in this country to that extent that at this particular moment, Nigeria is like a skeleton. Nepotism. They bring on people that is incapable because of their money weight. They don't. One thing you guys don't understand: these people don't care about us. You hear where that old man they talk from North just now say now in city room they decide the matter of Abiola. If Nigeria, I will repeat again, if Nigeria is a country that works, that man's supposed to be in jail by now. It doesn't matter if it's long time or decades ago. Coming out to say the decision for Abiola to become a president was decided in your living room. Also saying how he empowered, that's the same Emilocon that Tinubu is currently using right now. That means this Emilocon of a thing has been going on since the history of Nigeria. My people, we know these things. I know politics. I was born inside during the time of SDP. And late Anene, Tony Anene, me and I don't eat for table. This is not a joke. Atoni Anene, late Ogbemudia, Chief Esama Igbenedion, and my father, they entered plane. They came to the UK. All of us were in the dining. We ate together. Igbenedion's house in Goddard's Green in London, we were frequent there. But I decided myself to say, I say this all the time, if you'll be following me, to say that I don't want to be part of this. See, tomorrow my dad is the chieftain of PDP. I don't want to be part of it. I have right to my life. It was a big challenge, but my father loved me till tomorrow, and I love him too. But I let him know his party is a satanic party. PDP is a satanic, not just, listen guys, let me get this straight. For some of you think because of Peter Obi, this one, they insult Papa, this thing, you got it all wrong. For those of you that have been following me for a while, I've been calling PDP and APC satanic for the past 2-3 years now. Please, can anybody testify to this before the emergence of Mr. Peter Obi?
Yes, so I know.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So it's not because of Mr. Peter Obi. It's the same platform. This platform, we were having a debate every Friday before. It's the same platform here. We said that a minority party, a small party, will take over this Nigeria. We started saying this for the past 2 years. If you join our debate, then a fire every Friday. Because the reason why you see that most of our panel now, whenever we're on air, is not on the fire, because the platform is solely for Mr. Peter Obi. After this election, where will now be open for all party supporters to come. And then you go see say that they throw bottle through screen.
The shockers will come.
Yes. It's only because of this. I still have my brothers. I have my people who used to be with us here. They are not here with us since we started supporting Mr. Peter Obi, because they are not supporting Peter Obi in the likes of Akim, for example. But tomorrow he's supporting my channel financially and otherwise. He's an admin to this platform. If you insult him, for example, on the comment section now, he can block you on the comment section because he has the power. But he's not here. He's not for Peter Obi. Does it mean for both of us to become an enemy? So what I'm saying here is that I don't need to put on my face cap or put on my glass or put water in my mouth before you will know that APC and PDP is satanic. They are satanic. We should say things how it is. There's one of my brother called Comristalios Azos. In fact, I think I should put this in. Some of you know Comristalios, especially the Edo people know Comristalios Azos.
Yeah, we have already had him praising you. How you went to school with your junior sister and everything.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
And that is why we want you now to put up his instrument to become our governor.
Thank you, sir. Hold on, please. Hold on. Thank you. I was surprised that people sent me the video today. They sent it to our platform that he did a video, raining praises, how I changed his life and all. I didn't know this. Although everybody liked this, I didn't know. You know, let me play this video for the public. Maybe there will be one or two things you might hear from this video, because I was surprised to see that. I like it, but sometimes when you talk about yourself, it's not too nice. Let others talk about you. Let's watch this video quickly.
I want to state this clearly. Let me digress a little bit. By the grace of God Almighty, by the grace of God Almighty, there are people in this life. I don't have power towards the next life, but there are people in this life that have made huge impact on my life, and that if the lives of Osakweno Kwodi in any way disrespect them, they will not even ask God. God will deliberately punish Osakweno Kwodi. Niger watch. Let me come on them. Evis Edigi. Tell us let me live there now. Evis Edigi. Niger watch. Boss, believe you me, I will continue to acknowledge that fact. I know I today. Our sister now say, I'm getting ready to get to work. Who be Osakweno Kwodi in 2012? Then in 2015, they called it Osakweno Kwodi, can't say be Percy. Sorry, 2016, can't say be Percy. They moved from bush to bush. Community vice chairman. From there, oh God, before even Oga carry ticket go on the rest, the likes of Edigi don't like this small boy. Edigi, I don't know if Papa way back. We never even know say na Papa. The only Edigi, one of the biggest PDP leader in Edo State. I just want to silver spoon children to their Papa, but to win I know why, but for to their Papa na silver spoon. His own younger sister direct Kinebu. Now the same class me and that day for school. We graduate the same year. Edigi younger sister. The same year. Now we graduate for our Chipuli. The same class. Believe you me, I have taken a debt that I cannot pay throughout my lifetime. The only way I can be paying that debt is appreciation. Now, do you know how many persons, because of business, because they feel say I did everywhere, they want to pursue me, come out. We don't come out, go meet Niger Watch. Say, I found this boy, no, go say, don't say that. I know this small boy for Benin. I know him. Let me hear exactly. What did this boy do you? In an environment where people use media to blackmail. I want to know today, I get protection from Niger Watch. If you don't know today. If you don't know now. I get protection there. So don't bother yourself. No. These men have done so much. Believe me, sorry, I'm only digressing, but believe me, now where you sit now, now where you see something, now that you talk on. But you know what? Niger Watch, with your due respect to you and your team, and to the CEO, Elvis Edigi, he told me, say, I want to observe. Go to see your for so and so property. Okay. We do the CFO. Then delay can do with 5 office. 5 times, no. Now they approval. Take. Are you aware now? The same person where they tell so. In your younger sister that already more than 12 land. More than 12 land to do. We never finish her now. We still do that they go. When I finish this office, so I never even call her and say, more talking about money. And they work and they go. When you know what you they do, money will be your priority. So, Sir Elvis, I have to change my discussion on this video because you do well for my body, but you don't know. So that's why me, Osakweno Kwodi, most times those they make them possible.
Thank you, my people. I have to bring that video in to let him know that I appreciate this video because my attention was drawn to it today on my own platform on the Niger Watch WhatsApp group. You know, one thing you guys must understand is this. I see for conversation, somebody is saying that Niger Watch is this freedom's simple. You say, Elvis, is this all part of your bid to eventually run for a political office? I'm not interested. To be honest, I'm not. I was born inside this thing, but their dirty game it doesn't worth it. You know, I'm not interested at all. I just want a better Nigeria. I have a good life. Trust me, I have a good life. I'm not interested. You know, you're going to run office with one person, you can't define how they want it. I beg. You must live a life where you have rest of mind, okay? So I would like us to move on. Prince Collins, please talk to us. I don't want to emphasize more on this. Talk to us, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a good thing to be appreciated, and it's another good thing is it's also admirable for somebody to know that you have contributed to the success of his ambition. So I would say congratulations to you once more, and with the effort of whatever you have, and with the effort of people around you, with your honesty combined with your diligence and continuity in terms of tenacity, you will do more, and God will reward you much more. So, having said that, I just want to talk on the issue, especially on the issue of the issue that is going on in Edo right now. The setting of banks ablaze, destroying of properties. You know, I said when I called, Nadia, remember I called not quite long before I joined the studio. I specifically told you that what is happening there is not the Edo people, that we are much more intelligent than that. Do you remember?
But Oshomola is behind it. Let's say it how it is.
Yeah, that's it now. With the video you just showed now, that video has vindicated me, you know, right away. Because I know that the Edos are much more intelligent than that. When I saw the video this morning, I called my younger brother. I was discussing with him. He said he's on escape because he's working with a junior bank at Apopava. He told me that what is happening is not the Edo people. I think it's motivated by politicians, because the way they are doing it, the security agents are not even making any step to quench the issue, the activities. So if you look at that, if you look at Edo State as a state, when issue is coming and nobody is under it, before they will even start it, the security agents are already there. They can even shoot people aside. But when you see that they allow the thing to take place, maybe before a special squad will not come and, you know, they begin to, you know, manipulate the issue as if they are interested, then you begin to raise, you know, an eyebrow to such activities. So I know that the Edos are much more intelligent than that. The Edo people, they benefit much more from that bank more than every other person. The common Edo people, that bank is their source of income, because there is no job in that place. There is no employment. There is no empowerment. There is no encouragement. There is nothing to write home about that will make the people to say, okay, yes, the state is providing sufficiently enough for us to hail them. Their source of income is foreign currency, and it comes through that bank. They can never go and disrupt that source. A lot of people right now, they are passing through agony because they cannot have access to the money that have been sent to them. They can't even access it. Right this morning, my mom told me that she cannot even get the money I've sent to her for medical treatment. You see, this is the work of these politicians, because the evildoers do not relinquish power easily. Look at the training video right now. I was about to say, I just came here, I was about to talk about the training video that Oshomole did, that they recorded him while he was with his gangster to go out and cause a disruption. The next minute, things started going bad. There's a parable in Benin that says that a wish fly over. I mean, there's a wish flying in the night. The next morning, a child is dead. Who is the killer of that child? It's a parable. So automatically, it's a clarity that what the message he has got to pass, what he has arranged, has started manifesting. He should be arrested. Even if they can't lock him permanently, they should call him for questioning, because this is the way they're going to mobilize evildoers, use the children of the poor people against themselves, because
I will put the information together tonight, tomorrow morning, so that we can extensively talk about it tomorrow evening.
That would be very nice. That would be very nice. I would appreciate that.
Yes, maybe by then mainstream medias might have talked about.
We must have got a vivid information as regard mainstream media, so that we'll be able to back it up with evidence. Yeah. Because they can't disrupt Edo's election, because Edo is 95% for Obi. They know it. They are chasing them everywhere. Anywhere they go and campaign. They chase them. They chase them away. They chase them from Ring Road. They chase them from Alabama. They chase them from so many places. So they are ashamed. They are confused. They are in trouble. So the only thing that they can do now is to cause problem everywhere, disrupt the election. Even right now, for the present administration to say they want to arrest him, that is to say it has gotten to their neck. They are tired of him. Oshomole with his old age. I don't know what's wrong with these old people. Oshomole ruled Edo for 8 years. He was the one that came. He said he came to dislodge the power of Godfatherism. He came now after insulting the elders of Edo and Edo South and Edo Central. After reducing them to nonsense, we appreciated him for doing that. Then he wanted to become the Godfather. He's just facing he's going to face the second disgrace now. The first disgrace he had was just a tip of the iceberg. He's going to face the second disgrace. Let him continue doing all this nonsense. We are ready for him. We are more civilized than him. All the politicians in Edo State, Edo people are much more civilized than they are. They can only do what they are doing in just little while, in no distance time. They are going to be forgotten issues. By the grace of God, let's be focused. Let's continue, prepare ourselves for this vote and vote them out totally. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my dear brother. Thank you so much. Prince Collis are one of those that is also here with us, that have been with us for so many years now. We've been together, so I appreciate you for saying it, Iris. Not fear these people. They are nobody. Many of them are opportunists. If they don't have respect for Nigerians, they are there for themselves. Talk to them, Iris. As long as you are not insulting them constitutionally, they can't do you anything. Because you are talking with facts. Yes. Oshomole should be arrested and questioned. Simple. Mr. Tony Africa, please talk to us. Good evening to you. You have 5 minutes, sir. Okay, Tony Africa, you are not available now.
No, I'm available. I'm just trying to unmute, sir, because I didn't want to disturb you.
Okay,
Thank you,
go
sir.
ahead.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Everybody do. So, first of all, so I want to say thank you very much, Yes Corner. As usual, I do appreciate your message, your language, your tone of language. So, as I do, woman, thank you. Then,
so why you they thank Yes Corner before me?
No, I don't really greet you. I don't say so now you they produce all now. Now you they get the credit for everybody now. Anybody in that place here, now you say now the Oba now get us with our properties now. Abi?
Okay. I think you intended to hail Madam Rita, not Yes Corner.
You for where? At the Chris? At the am I crazy? Who is that? So you see, you can see that Madam Rita was just beating around the bush. He didn't want to touch somebody's toes. But you look at the way Yes Corner presented her case, that the North, they should be careful that way we are going for separation. But so that she's not for that now, but they should be watchful of on how they come out to threaten us. We are not their sleepers. Okay, that one is by the wayside. Then for Oga Elvis, You are born with a silver spoon, but you choose to take the people's part. So you are a man of the people. So due to the fact that you are not desperate to lead us, that's the medicine why you should have a rethink. We want you to lead us. Due to the fact that you are not desperate, okay? Because people that are desperate, they are the one that will come to power and try to suck the blood of the people. But due to the fact that you lacked nothing, but you try to choose a part of the people, please, you are highly, welcome, sir. We are begging you to come and lead us because you are able to coordinate the people together. You see, like Osanokodi, is a political structure in Edo State. I always make mention of him here. When the things are going so worse, I say, oh, please, let us contact this guy. Let us contact them, Tony Kabaka, and all the political gladiators, that are for the politicians in Edo State. So whether some of them are bad, because Edo State contains the good, the bad, and the ugly. But we have to sample all of them together, and then we choose the one that we can work with among them.
Mr. Tony, yes, what is your take on the video that is circulating where Oshomole was telling his thugs to intimidate the Edo people that is supporting Peter Obi?
Yes.
And today now, there's riot that happened in Edo State today. Somebody died, many buildings were destroyed, set ablaze, and many cars were destroyed. Talk on this.
Yes, Mr. This Alhaji Adamu Aliyu, that guy, otherwise known as Oshomole, that's a Northerner. He came to Edo State to hijack the governorship office. It's okay. He took all our money. He's still working for the Northerners. You know what I'm saying? He might be indirectly working for Atiku, if you guys don't know. Just like that the late Buhari's family is working for Atiku right now, but under the pretense of saying Asiwaju. You know that when Asiwaju go there, we say Buhari, 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 Buhari. That was not Buhari now. So the same thing with Oshomole. So let them take him, and then now ask him to bring the money for this water storm project out. It's an opportunity for this man, that has adopted Obaseki's name, family name, Mr. Godwin, whose mother, had before coming to marry one of our own, to get Oshomole, get him into underground prison and let him vomit all the money that he has stolen from Edo State out. And then so it's good now. Yes. So when all these people made the fair they said to the last, then or he can deport him to back to Kano State, Abina Kaduna State, where they came from. Because her mother's name is Kudirat. Kudirat is not a Benin name. So the brother's name is Sheidu. It's not a Benin name. Oshomole's name is Adamu Aliyu. All of them, their son name is Aliyu. He was married to one of our sisters, Edoguma. That's where he's pretending to be a Christian. It's not a Christian. So that's for Oshomole. He needs to be arrested. And then this man now should seize that opportunity to get him entangled in this the water storm project, 30 billion. Now that he ought to vomit back to our coffer. Thank you very much, sir. What was the next team, sir? The next song that happened? Because
no, that's fine. This one is fine. This is the major topic we talked about today. We started the topic from the beginning, and then we are ending it.
The Hausa man, the Northerner, sir. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Did you watch that?
No, yeah, I watched it because that's why I came in late. I have to listen back a bit before coming in.
Talk on that then. Go ahead.
Yes. So Ango, Abdullahi, Abdullahi, you see that I can't pronounce the name because it's not a Nigerian name also. You see, all this Abdullahi, all this Muhammad. That's why all these Northerners are mad people because their names.
Can you remove Tony?
No, don't insult any tribe, please.
I don't think they're Tony. I want that. Laugh what keep me.
So Ango, Anglo, Abdullahi is just saying what.
It's not Angoro. It's Ango Abdullahi.
Make I call that Pangoro then. Okay, Pangoro Abdullahi. So that guy is just saying the truth. It's just telling us in the face that they are grinding red atarodo pepper, what they want pour for our face. This northerners. So I'm not abusing them. Do you know that I heard somebody say that this man represents only the old set?
Sorry to interject to Mr. Elvis. It seems that that information is going through because one other guy in another media, I don't want to mention his name, has just started deliberating on it too.
Okay. Thank you. So thank you. Let me just, I will land now. I will land now because I heard somebody say that
So no, hold on. Somebody who was the person talking to me just now?
Victor.
Mr. Victor, now God will bless you. I don't like other platform names to be mentioned here. So I'm very happy that you set the pace. That is exactly how you're supposed to talk about it. Thank you very much for doing that. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Tony.
Thank you, sir. So, Victor, thank you very much. I also loved your earlier submission here. I want to thank you also alongside the Yes Corner. Okay, sorry. So now the thing don't balance, the equation don't balance. Say, I greet you, greet one woman, greet one man in the house today. So then, nothing to do with the old age of the people, because we don't abuse our old people, the elderly, because if you abuse elderly man in our culture, we have to kill fowl or goat. Now. So we know so we respect our elderly, and then they are our source of wisdom. So we don't have to be abusing our our elder people that have a white hair or white beard or whatever you call them. So the fact remains that this is the mindset of all the people of the Northerners. I'm not abusing them because Ahmadu Bello. Remember that that guy was unable to drive home his point about the short history that Azikiwe didn't want independence also because Enahoro have to leave him with Awolowo. They work together and then they told Azikiwe to follow suit. Azikiwe said no because one of his parents is a Northerner. That was how everything went so bad. Then Enahoro sponsored the independence motion, and then Ahmadu Bello have to vacate Lagos. He was so angry, and then he swore never to legislate in the South again. That was hence he gave the power to Tafawa Balewa to be representing him because he said he hated to be living in the South if he's going to be the prime minister. Then, but I think he was supposed to be the prime minister if he had worked with Awolowo. That one was correct, but he said no. I would rather work with the Northerners. And then Murtala Muhammad came in to come and fulfill that promise of Ahmadu Bello, never to legislate in the South again. That's why Murtala Muhammad took the federal capital down to Abuja. You need to look at the history. I have a lot of books to support this. You know what I'm saying? So otherwise, if you look at the whole world, you don't see where they have to set their capital cities in the center of the country. So they're just carrying us. And even the Nigeria Defense Academy was supposed to be started in in Onitsha, but Azikiwe said no. I give it to you, but let me be the ceremonial president, which was just nothing. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Tony. Thank you so much for your own submission. All right. I guess Elvis Jr. is with us here. Please talk to us in 2 minutes.
Mr. Naja, I did not plan to deceive you. Maybe that this is gingerbread man.
Oh, son of my! Oh God! You catch me again today. Okay, the 2 minutes I'll still give you. Just quickly use it. Let's round up.
Okay. Thank you very much. So, in order to summarize this conversation for today, Nigerian people, we have how many days to the election? We have barely 9 days to the election. We have to fix our eyes on the ball. It's good that we come here to talk about what Ango Abdullahi is talking about or what Daniel Bwala is talking about. Yes, all those we call those things. We are weighing the scale and weighing the balance. But our eyes have to be fixed on the ball because we have to go into this election knowing that it is ours to lose. And the only way we can do that is to be resolute that we must come out and cast our votes. And I want to use this final opportunity to drive this point that regardless of the
Supreme Court ruling on the Naira policy or this lawsuit from the 3 governors or the brouhaha that is going on, I believe that Nigerians have awoken and understood the money politics game. So if at the end of the day, there is some form of magic that is done, that they say, okay, the old Naira note still is a legal tender for the next 6 months, Nigerians have been sensitized such that if those political money bags bring that money, collect that money, but still go and vote for Peter Obi. Because the only reason why these politicians are fighting tooth and nail for this money policy is because they are depending on buying votes. But one good thing that has happened is that the Nigerian people have been sensitized, to money politics and will reject money. Bad as it may, we collect that money, but we still go and vote the right candidates. So whichever way it goes, whether they reverse the policy or the Supreme Court suspends it, it's a win-win for us. There's nothing that has happened in the Nigerian political sphere as what is happening now. So let us fix our eyes on the ball. Mr. Niger Watch, I reached out to you and I want to use this opportunity to facilitate my demand and request that for those of us that have people that want to go live on that day, how do we, litigate that issue? I'm still waiting for you.
Yes, on that one, I think sometime in the next couple of days we will put that through.
Okay.
We'll put that through. Yeah. Thank you very much. All right. I want to appreciate every one of you for your time with us today. And God bless all of you. Thank you so much. Mr. CM, you never join us for long. I would like to quickly give you 1 minute to round up with us. Maybe you have something you wanted to say.
Okay. Thank you, Niger Watch. I want to thank whoever has had something to say today. We must know that on 25th is the D-Day. That is the day we are going to be liberated, because that is the way I'm looking at it. And I would like people to commission, if you like, just tell people at home, monitor results where you are, send it to whoever, and then we can be sharing results here, because that day I will be receiving results from every angle and I will be saying it. Hopefully, I'm not Labour Party. I'm not in charge of Labour Party, but I know they must have had their own war room or strong room or maybe situation room, the way they say, such that whatever result is being generated goes straight to their server, and they will be in charge and be sort of tallying everything even before INEC will announce the winner, announce the results, so that with it they can always compare and then see what is happening. As much as possible, I will advise every obedient not to be violent between now until then. No need. Because if what the APC want is to provoke you into saying, no, this election won't hold or whatever, because they're already the losers. Remember in those days in uni or anywhere, the people that doesn't know what to write, they like to cause confusion so that they will say, oh, they cancel the whole result or they reschedule the exam. So we are counting days now. If not, we are counting hours and days anyway. In over a week, we go to the polls and then liberate Nigerians. The coming of P2B is, it's like a fresh of breath. This is the real fresh of breath air. Given what Nigerians are going through, look at the issue of getting your PVC is a problem. Petrol, even with 500 naira a liter, is a problem. You can see kerosene, diesel. I can't continue. We know you people are suffering, but like somebody we tell you, when it is the part of the night, the moment you open your eyes, it becomes daylight. So we are entering the darkest part of all this APC satanic manifestation. By the time you wake up on 25th morning, you know that is daylight. Then we start to sing the song of David instead of the song of lamentation we've been singing for a long time. Thank you.
And those of you that super chatted us today, starting with Abdullahi Wash, thank you so much for your super chat. Kevin Kell, thank you very much for your super chat. Abdullahi Wash again. Desmond, 100K, thanks very much for your super chat. Freedom Simple, thank you very much for your super chat. Abdullahi Wash again. Mr. Pansat, thank you for your super chat. Freedom Simple again. And Dr. Alazada Gomez. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate you all. All my panelists, I want to appreciate you all. Thank you for coming here to pass in your voice. This journey is all of us that are doing it together. Your voices are going far. In case you don't know, you'll be surprised the kind of people that is listening to you in Nigeria. You'll be saying, "Oh wow, this person is watching." That's what it is. So that's why we have to say it how it is. Because sometimes even some of these satanic people, some of them still have a heart. They listen to us and they are washing their backs all the time. Now they fear death pass. So let's continue to say it how it is, my people. Is Peter will be or nothing. Thank you very much. And the comment section, I appreciate every one of you. The comment section, and God will bless you. And mother of all mommy diaspora, thank you so much for all you do for us right here. And Martina Ambasui TV, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Naomi Bella. Thank you very much, madam. Thanks very, very much for joining us. And thanks again for the support, financial support the other day. Appreciate you always. Mr. Joseph Orji, thank you. Country First, thank you. Alex of Sarodion, thank you. Appreciate you all. The Queen Valerie, I can see you. If you're not, let me pass like that. I see you all. God will bless you. I wish I can mention everybody right down in the comment section, but I cannot because I just wanted to quickly scan through. But I want you guys to know that I appreciate you all. Please endeavor to join us again tomorrow by 5 p.m. We're going to be here talking about the things that's affecting us. As you all know, that is 9 days to go. By this time tomorrow, if we are here, it's going to be 8 days to go. You see, time runs so fast. That's what it is. Thank you very much, my people. Now, here, that will go draw the curtain. I go say.
Madam was sorry to ask you, what about Israel?
Yeah, it's fine. He's been working recently. It's fine.
It's long time I heard from him. Thank you very much.
Yes,
we'll see you tomorrow.
He's fine. His work,
Germany, no easy.
Tori, you dey entertain me for our group, and I always listen to you.
God bless you.
All right, we are rounding up. Mr. T, you just joining us.
Play that guy.
We are rounding up. What? You said what?
Play that guy with the comb hair. That guy.
Are you giving me? Are you allowing me to speak?
Make we laugh.
All right, Mr. T, 1 minute. Talk to us.
Sorry.
1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis. Thank you, everyone on the comment section. The panelists, thank you. I'm actually have to join because of the whole thing happening now in Nigeria. Like I keep saying here, that there is one thing that actually bound us all together, and that's a country that we all have to fix. Imagine people calling in, even at their work and everything, have to just call in and then lend their voice. But let me speak to the South people, the Southeast, the Southwest, and then the Southeast. All of the riots that happened.
You need to do this now. We are rounding up. The time you came, it doesn't work like that. Please, just quickly touch on it.
Thank you. Very much. I know you're random. Thank you so much. I just want us from the south region of Nigeria to think twice on what we're doing. The things that you've damaged today were built by your money. Look at the northern part of the nation. Nothing happened there. No riots. So let's just apply wisdom. Go get your PVC, dust them. Go out and vote on the 25th and make the right choice. Thank you very much.
Mr. T, thank you so much. They come late like this. I don't know what happened today. You need to confess.
Yeah, so if it happen like that, then you should know that it's a situation that you cannot.
Now walk.
Not be walk. This one not be walk. I know why. Not quick on. I know what talking. Me know why.
If not Germany is it maybe say get some letters for the government to pay.
No, not letter. Mr. T know why not quick on. He know. Mr. T, say I know now.
I'm actually at work, even calling you right from work. So
okay, I believe
you. See, I get them now. Not be America. I did my neighbor now. I walk. Me as I talk that time with you now. Walk I did. I did the yarn.
No, that Mr. T is normally start with us on time and all that, but it's still good. As I say, for backstage, I must accept him in. Even though now 1 minute, the voice matters so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the privilege. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
I appreciate you, my brother. Always. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate you all. Thank you. Patricia, enough, my dear sister. I'm seeing you right there. And thank you, Queen A. Thank you so much. Scholastica. Thank you so much. God bless you all. Now go drop the cutting. Okay, you see we can play that guy video again. Okay, my people for you now.
That guy
is a close.
That guy
He's a closely remark video anyway. So please, my people, help us to continue to share our broadcast.
The one where they carry bullion van. Yeah, and Charlie Boy, where they carry bullion van.
No, the another one day where we get to do is even.
I don't know why Elvis no see that video on time. I had to force him to go and dig out that video yesterday. But
exactly,
thank God he found the video.
I not see him. But let's start with this old one first and continue with our other one.
Okay.
If I be opposition, I go to even verse for him.
What be this?
Very annoying.
What be this?
You don't know we have to go from start to the crack him. Hey! You decide to make him irrelevant. Now for your head.
You have to have capacity.
Remember when they talk, say they no go fit mention in them. At the end of the day.
Obi. Hey! Obi.
The sweetness of beef. Now say you the beef person, the person they reply you. People be not the reply. Very annoying. If you insult and finish, you go interview, you go expect make you insult you back. You go ask her, say opposition, talk this about. What do you have to say? With the hope to insult back, you go say, well, hey! He's my very respected senior brother.
Hey! I me.
Now that senior brother own.
They finished it.
Person they beef you, they respect them. If not me, I go first. It will be holy code. Mamma mia.
I don't still know why some people are going against the CBN rules. Government, when me fail. Government, CBN governor give us the rules that we should go with, that we should abide with. Governor even said, Governor CBN, maybe you understand.
Láti sọ̀rọ̀, I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love, go to biza. Kama bara wa lo nínú ìfẹ́ kan Akanbi. I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love, I go show you love. Kama bara wa lo nínú ìfẹ́ kan. But I know they do competition with anybody. show me love, oh, I go show you love. Kama bara wa lo nínú ìfẹ́ kan. I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you for TV, show me love, oh, I go show you love, oh. Kama bara wa lo nínú ìfẹ́ kan. No, they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Oh, tó bá ti sanwó fún Ṣẹ́gun Nàbí o, ẹ fẹ́ jókù. Alákọ̀bí Ṣẹ́gun Nàbí. Alákọ̀bí Sábàmẹ́là. Anybody? Anybody? Any bobo. Anybody? Mo ló ń fọlú, ó gbà mí bó ṣe rí mi láti finish. Délé mo ló ń fọlú, ẹ jẹ́ ń sọ̀rọ̀. Délé o.
Thank you very much, my people. I just realized that the poll, we didn't bring it on. Before I will hit on the end button, it's better to bring the poll here. In fact, I was actually called by one of you. So yes, as you can see, the poll today is 93%. We got 593 votes. 93% said yes, Peter Obi will be the next president of Nigeria, while 7% say no. So thank you very much, my people. I thought I should bring this in. It's very, very important. But sometimes it's not very easy. We seem to forget it. But if you remind us, you know, more than the writer for comment section, so that, you know, I can see even Martina Abasi, you know, the writer for comment section safe, you know. So thank you very much, my people. I appreciate you. Omon Kunanov, at least we still keep to rap. We are still live right now. Thank you. All right. Make we draw the curtain again for the last time. Thank you. Now God bless every one of you. Let's take it from here.
We have been told that we cannot do it. We have been told that we are new to the game. We have been told that, oh, politics is not for, you know, the young people. What do we know about politics? Right from when our principal, you know, moved from the PDP, you know, to the Labour Party. It's been, you know, all of these comments, you know, coming from PDAPC, you know, the Siamese twins, you know. So, but however, you know, we have news for them, and our principal has proven to be a man of great strength, you know, strength of character, a man of great capacity, a competent man, a man who has the capacity to take us from consumption to production, a man of great courage. Do you know what it means to move from a supposedly leading party to an unknown party just in 8 months, and he's been able to become the conversation, even when the media wasn't courting him, even when the media was disregarding him, even when the media was calling all his, his supporters names. But now he is the beautiful bride. He has become the force. He has become the conversation. The reason why the world is keyed in into the next elections that is coming in 13 days' time is because of our principal, Mr. Peter Obi, a man who has great compassion and empathy. He embodies the 5 C's that you look for in a leader, a man who has offered himself, a man who keeps taking himself to the people, not a man who is running away from the people, not a man whom we don't see him talk to us, not a man who clearly tells us he's bigger than bigger than the country that he wants to govern. That's the reason why he cannot sit down and be questioned. But Peter Obi has made himself available to the people. Yesterday was electrifying. I came all the way from Abuja to Lagos. I had told my